think we're live. Let's hope this is working now.
All right.
Hi, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Not we. I didn't know what I was doing. David had nothing to do with this.
Not like I'm tech support over here.
Okay, and it shows live on the channel now, so we are good. Excellent. Finally. So I had to reconnect the YouTube account, and once I reconnected it said it was connected before, but it was probably like a year ago, so I just didn't want to do it. So
this technology always wants to test us. It always wants to test us. I'm going to throw something in there you weren't ready for, just a small rock in the road.
Right. I'm too old for that. I need everything the same. Nothing can change.
Right.
Where's my dial-up modem, you know?
Now I know why my grandfather loved that blue plate special. You know, it's the same every time.
You know what you're getting into. Exactly. So here we are. Home Depot drop is officially coming tonight. Today. Within probably around 6 o'clock is what they're thinking. But they said that in the past, and it's always good to be early. So
never hurts. Never hurts. Nope. They do some weird stuff out there.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, the Home Depot drop is almost like the weather. You know, you get a forecast from your weatherman, and then you're like, wait, what?
Right.
You said we had sunny weather. I got a rainstorm right now. So
it's crazy. So I've never known in the past. So since I started doing it, it's like, you know what? Let's just stay up all night. And then I'm staying up all night. I better to do with friends, you know?
Absolutely. It was a blast last year, too. It was absolute.
We did. Absolutely. I tried to get Dan again this year. He's got to go into work early because I guess his boss is out this week. So
yeah.
No Dan this time, but that's all right.
Gotcha. And we better do it now, man, because in 5 years from now, you know, things may get kind of wonky on us, you know, from a, DNA standpoint.
For sure. I can probably figure out going live now. Another 10 years from now, forget it.
Right.
My only hope is that AI chatbot Scare Dad can take over and do a live stream for me.
I've uploaded my consciousness so you can have the same experience for the next 10 years. That's awesome. Scary, but awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I always wonder, like, it's funny. Everyone else is probably worried about AI taking over the world and everything. And I'm always wondering, like, how scary are haunts going to be that are run by AI? Are they going to be too scary? Are they going to know, like, hey, we got our first, and it says first. Hello.
Somebody's in there.
So, awesome. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, sorry we're a little bit late. Technology is not, well, it's not that it's not my friend. It's just smarter than me. And I don't know how to keep up with it. So, but it's I always just think, like, how is AI going to affect the haunt industry? Are we going to have like actual robots like scaring people? Are we still going to have scare actors? Is it going to be like a combination? You have animatronics that can literally like chase you down a hallway, you know?
Yeah, that's frightening to think about, because I've looked at some of the synopsises that AI has, you know, because some people have asked AI to write scripts for them, and then I read it and I'm just like, that is absolutely dumb.
Right.
So you'll probably be walking through some haunt, and it'll be like a graveyard, and all of a sudden a meatball with wings come flying at you. You're like, wait, what? Where did this come from?
But if someone's a vegan, that can be very scary.
It could be. Cloud over the chance.
Right.
So yeah, it's wild. That's wild. But yeah, man.
I mean, we're seeing the evolution of T800 animatronic would be sick. That would be pretty awesome. I definitely agree.
You got a close up look at that, man. At Epic Universe, those animatronics were. That was a glimpse into the future right there. Yep. You know, I was like, holy smokes, those things are. Everything I saw, I was like, oh my gosh,
they're amazing.
Yeah.
I say definitely my favorites were Frankenstein's monster and the Wolfman.
The Wolfman was phenomenal.
It's awesome. Yeah. So good.
Yeah, he was hopping around throughout that whole trail, right?
Yeah. So you like see him, and then you see like an animation of him running along the cliff and jumping onto this ledge, and you go under the ledge, and as you come around, it turns you around, and he's swiping down at you.
Oh,
it's cool. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We were talking about that, and we're doing the whole horror movie lineup, and I was thinking about it. That was sneaky. Like one of my favorite werewolf movies was the Wolfman that Benicio del Toro did. With Anthony Hopkins. I really I remember going to see that with no expectations and just being blown away from the nostalgia of it and just the whole, but just at the same time, the execution. I thought it was, I don't think it got the love it should have. I think a lot of people kind of poo-pooed on it, but I thought it was really well done. I really did.
So I actually haven't seen it. I've seen pieces of it.
I recommend.
I need to sit down and watch the whole thing for sure.
Yeah, give it a shot. It's like it has the old Wolfman flavor, but it's kind of gory. So that part of it is updated. Yeah. It's very bloody. Like I wasn't expecting that as bloody as it was, but still at the same time, it still had that old feel to it, and I really kind of sat there and smiled the whole time watching it. Like this was just like the icing on my cake watching that. So I went that was one of those ones I went and bought the minute it hit DVD release. I was like, yep, get it.
That's awesome. Awesome.
So, but yeah. No, I thought just from the footage I've seen now, I was really blown away with. I wonder if some of those animatronics will start to weave their way into Halloween Horror Nights and some of the Unleashed, IP properties that they have coming out. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely big bucks. Even when I was there, we, hey Giants, how's it going? Even when I was there, we're just talking really quickly about Epic Universe. And as I went through the day, like things kind of stopped working. Now this was the preview, right? This was before it officially opened. Right. But I noticed like in the morning, everything was working. I think everything was working. And by the end of the day, there were like 3 animatronics that stopped working. So I was just like, ooh, how's this going to keep going all the time? But they'll figure it out, I guess.
That's got to make you feel better. They were just like us trying to get this live going. They were sitting here going, how do we get these animatronics going? What do you mean they got to be rebooted? What?
I had someone, so I had done my chat GPT skeleton, right? And then I always says like, oh, I'm going to get his head moving and do all that stuff. And someone just said like, hey, I don't see the video about the head moving. I was like, I did get the head moving. Yes. I also accidentally dropped it from a great height and smashed the skeleton right after I did that. No. It didn't get to do the video. So it took me a while. So it was close to Halloween. I'm just like, I don't have time to redo this right now. Because in my pirate ship, I wanted to have the skeleton talking and moving at the table. I thought that would have been cool. And instead I had a static. But what are you going to do?
That's a Honor lesson. I listened to a podcast a while back, and this one lady was talking about the whole idea and philosophy of good enough is good enough, because like as Haunters, we are like driving ourselves nuts trying to get the perfect view, perfect lighting, everything's got to be just right. And she was just talking about how we tend to over obsess on stuff, and she had to learn how to go, this is good enough, and I'm going to move on to the next thing. And I was like, God, that's tough. That's the toughest thing. Just going, it's okay. It's okay right now. Let's.
Yep. Well, it's interesting. Okay.
I was going to say, speaking of which, your work is looking. I'm like that. You did some serious framing up there. What
I got people saying like that's bigger than my apartment, but it's about 700 square feet. We've got framed up.
Oh, that's awesome.
So just said I ordered the Boffintronics RCA receiver recorder. Yes, awesome. That's the way to go. So you ordered the same stuff that I use for the skeletons and everything, and I just bought a bunch of servos. And hopefully I'm going to be actually making a full-on moving animatronic. I 3D printed the blinking eyes and everything. It's all like work in progress. But if you saw my room, like the cleanest part is the wall behind me. Everything else is a disaster. It's like servos everywhere and all this stuff. And then we've been hit with so many releases coming out. I've been talking about that stuff. And but yeah, I think that Boffentronic stuff with the Steve Kochi receiver recorder stuff. That's the way to go. You can do so much stuff with it. You can have basically a whole animatronic moving, right? You can automatically do the mouth movement. You hook the servo up and it will do the jaw movement for you. And then you can program each servo individually if you need to and create a whole play. And then you hook it up to
a peekaboo or something?
Yeah, some kind of trigger. Well, it's its own board. So all you need to put is a trigger on it. And it will be awesome. Just like a Home Depot animatronic. It'll just trigger, play your routine. So, well, super cool. That's definitely the way to go if you're learning, I think.
That is awesome. I was toying around with the idea, and I'm scared of it. I'm scared. I'm not going to lie. And I've had a few people try to talk me into Frightman. Started working with peekaboos and stuff like that. And actually, one of my friends, TerraWorks, actually came out with a box very similar. And I'm like, I need to just buckle down and learn this because, there's so much you can do. There's so much you can do. And honestly, one of the biggest issues for me, especially when we do the walkthrough, is having to run through and make sure all this stuff is firing off,
Right.
So, and the actors will just come get me and be like, hey, this stopped working. So I'm like, all right, let me go over there. Hey, this is the fog fluid's done over here. Like, oh, so I would love to be able to, free that portion up and know that it's on an audio loop and it'll just do what it's supposed to do. And, so I got to buckle down and just get my old senilic mind trained to learn that.
Yes. So I definitely will get a follow-up animatronic video for sure. And if you want to see, he's not using the Boffentronic stuff, but our friend Lemonade, he's doing like servo animatronic stuff, and it's not really tutorials. He's just kind of showing you his work, but check it out. He's doing a rocker animatronic, and he did the same thing I did. 3D printed the blinking eyes, and he put it in a skull, and then you put a mask over it, so you get the mask, but you see the teeth from the skull underneath, and it's looking cool. It's looking very cool.
But yes, evil genius. Yes. That guy.
Absolutely. But yeah, we will get an animatronic follow-up video hopefully soon. Once this Home Depot drop, once this is done, I'll probably do one more talking about the Spirit stuff, and then it's going to be all build stuff going forward, because
there you go.
That's kind of in the meat of what I have to do now anyway. So
yeah,
as you're saying, David, I got that all framed out. So, but it's funny, we got it framed out. We got the tarp on for the roof, and then like a few days later, but it wasn't like finalized. It was just kind of covering it. We had a big storm come through that I wasn't expecting. Freaking middle of the night, I see my wife's car lights go on. So I'm like, did she go out to her car for some reason? So I go in the back in the bedroom. So I go into the bathroom. I was getting something to eat, and she's still in bed. I'm like, hey, someone breaking into your car? What's going on? So we go out and look, and I don't know if it was raining so hard, something got into the electrical. It was making the lights go off. But what it did was it showed us that I was catching water, and it was bending the frame in a bit. And it was so I was out there with a broom pushing the water off the roof, and in the middle of the night taking like 2x4s and friggin' screwing them in for support. And so we had a lot of doing that at 12:30 in the morning. It was
oh my god!
So got it fixed now. Me and my dad went through and reframed the stuff that needed it, and secured the tarp in a better way. So I think we're good now, but it was a little scary at first.
I bet. That's a labor of love. So is this going to be your first time doing an actual walkthrough?
To this scale, yeah. Like the like the pirate ship was kind of a walkthrough, but not real. It's very small.
That was epic. That was epic.
But this is going to be the first like kind of full scale. So
that's awesome. You know, it's a Pandora's box, right?
For sure. No, I know.
Your brain is our brains are our biggest trap, because now you're going to be like, now you're going to pull it off, and you're going to be like, it's got to be bigger and longer.
I've heard those words before.
Yeah. Our own bodies fight us. Our brains just start attacking us. Like, stop. There's been times I like literally sit here in bed. I'll be sitting there with Jamie, and my eyes will be wide open at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I get up and I was like, I got to get a notepad and start writing.
Yep, for sure. I know, right? It's like sometimes too. It's like so the joys of being a homeowner, face purple crying. For sure, absolutely. And but yeah, it's just like you get like I get an idea for one room, and it's like, oh, I gotta write this down, I gotta jot it down, draw a picture or something, and then afterwards I'm just like, all right, now I gotta figure out how does this fit into everything else I'm doing. Like, oh, I just got this one idea I gotta use.
Like the dominoes, tick, 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 tick. Yeah,
right?
That's it. It's a wonderful affliction.
For sure. Well, it's even like right now with like the Home Depot drop coming up. None of the stuff that's in the drop is stuff I bought for the haunt, right? I'm doing a classic haunted house theme. None of this really fits. I did get the backbend Bonnie, because I'm going to put her at the end of a hallway and try to light her. I think that'll work, right?
Yeah.
But none of the stuff I want doesn't fit that. So now I'm trying to think like, well, do I have time to do like a little fantasy offshoot section, or do I have time to do, do a big spiderweb walk through? Because I'm going to have the animatronics. I did it last year. I never put a video up. I don't know why, but all my big animatronics were along the driveway, so it was like a whole setup, just walk through, and then I had the pirate ship you can go through. And now I'm thinking like, well, do I make the other part kind of like a full outdoor walkthrough, and like here's the spider section with the big spider, and now here's the fantasy with the troll, and
right.
It's like I don't know how much time I think I have, because I have an empty frame for my house right now, but
that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I saw your wheels turning when that ogre came out. I know you're like, I gotta work him in somehow.
Yeah. He's on my list. He's not too expensive for
No.
The one I really was on the edge about was like, I love a good dragon, and I think the wyvern is pretty cool. I already have 2 dragons, and both the dragons breathe fire and their wings move. But of course, they're not as big, and they all have skirts on to hide the fact that they're, animatronic pieces. What's cool about this one is it's a full-on body, right? So you can see everything, all the detail. But I feel like it was just such a missed opportunity that they literally have the light coming up the chest, through the throat, like he's going to breathe fire, and then nothing happens. It's just like, come on, like you're so close.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because the wings weren't the biggest thing that bothered me. But I figured there's probably, hey, we're hunters. There's got to be a hack for you to work fog into that, because it's like it's already got the lighting, and if you have the fog, it'll do the rest of the work.
Right.
It's kind of like you think about HalloweenCostumes.com, that dragon head they have. It looks awesome when you have that light going and the fog's coming through. It looks like fire.
Yeah, for sure.
But it is a beautiful piece nonetheless. So I don't know if did you watch the Great Fright Fight? ABC was doing that thing where they had all the different home hunters. Okay. So one of those, a friend of mine, Jennifer Dunahee, is Storybrooke Hollow. If you saw her house with all the dragons, she's insanely mad, insanely talented. Like, I mean, just like a whole nother level. Like, every time I tell her I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy, because the dragons she creates are mind blowing. They're like, and she fabricates them, which is insane.
It's awesome.
But even she was like, I want that wyvern. So that tells you something. Right?
It just looks so good. But part of me is like, it's going to be another really big box because it's all plastic pieces.
Yep.
It's going to be, so I'll probably have it shipped to the house. I'll probably have to pay extra for shipping on it because it's going to be a big one. Even though it's only 8 feet, I think because it's all plastic, it's going to be a big box.
Now, I thought now if you ship it to the store, isn't it free? If you
do to the store, yes. If you ship to the store, yes. I don't have a truck anymore. I've got a Honda CRV, so it's a little bit tighter squeeze. I don't know how big the box is for something like that. That's the problem.
$19 a day. Rent that little sled truck.
I could, right?
$20. If $20 is cheaper than the shipping, that may be a move.
It's true. That is true. And I do need to get some more supplies here, so I hate not having a truck. It kills me. We got a comment from. We got a couple of comments we missed.
Okay.
So we have a Nightmare Before Christmas theme for Halloween, and they flip it for Christmas, 2 for 1. That's awesome. That's a great idea.
That.
You can leave it up, and I was even thinking of doing that. So I've got the 13-foot jack. I've got the Zero. I've got the older Jack and Sally. We can talk about the new ones later. See what people's thoughts are on those.
Okay.
And I thought of like making a little like Christmas scene. If you look at Walmart, it keeps going in and out, but they have like a deer skeleton that's cheap.
Yes.
It's not like the Tractor Supply has one that's like $600, but the Walmart has.
Though.
Oh, it is. Well, Walmart has one that's like that kind of looks like the reindeer from Nightmare Before Christmas. It'd be cool to get some of those and then, set up the snow machine, the fake snow coming down and everything.
That'd be awesome.
I'd really like to hack Jack to sing something different. But again, I'd love to do everything. I still have a full-time job and everything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can flip it and use it for 2 seasons, so you leave everything up, I'm guessing. Let me see. We got another comment. So Jeff says, anyone know of a good way to do water spray effect? I'm thinking of doing a water pick and controlling it from an ESP32 or Raspberry Pi. I want it for an alien prop like an acid spray.
Oh, that would. Oh man, a la Distortions. That'd be awesome.
That would be cool. So I had helped a friend who has a small haunt, and they did an effect where basically you go up to this game where you're supposed to like squirt the clowns in the mouth, and but when you press the button, instead the clown squirts you.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, and that was just a basic sprayer he got online, and then it's like a basic water pump that would spray. I think you could adjust how much the stream was, and we did it just to a trigger, so you could easily put that into a Raspberry Pi, I think, and have it controlled. I've never done something like that myself, so like he had kind of bought the stuff, and I just helped him set it up. But I don't think it would be too hard. There's got to be someone online that has a video about that. There's got to be, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's awesome. That would be cool. That'd be cool. I'm curious what prop they're planning on using that for.
Yeah. Oh, that's what So's going to do with the Adacore model. So you're gonna hack your Jack to do some other stuff. That's awesome. Very cool.
That's cool.
And then Chris joined us, and Chris said, "Just woke up. Has anything sold?" Jeff said, replied to it saying, "I haven't seen anything live yet." Supposedly, It's supposed to be around 6 a.m. is what they're saying. Yep. That I always take that with a grain of salt because 6 a.m. in the past has been like 4:30, 5 o'clock, which is why we do the live stream so we can keep tracking. But as far as I know, there is nothing yet. I don't think we'll see anything for a little while.
Although weirdly enough, earlier today, not that I want this piece, but the weird Gruesome Grounds Raven had a add to cart, and I was like, what?
Oh, really?
Earlier today, and I was like, man, if I wanted him, I could get him right now. And then I refreshed it like 5 minutes later, and it was gone. So I was like,
someone hit the wrong button. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, fix that. The weird thing is, stuff. I didn't know some stores are going to have stuff in store tomorrow, and because of that, people actually were able to get stuff today. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah. People have been getting stuff, which is crazy.
It is crazy.
My
stores have nothing, but
yeah. I saw in the Home Depot group on Facebook, one of the ladies was kind of upset. She goes, why are none of the southern states getting anything? None of my stores have stuff. Like, there's a few stores out here in Michigan that actually have some stuff you can grab right now. Like, I saw, what was it? Dang, it's going to drive me crazy. Actually, it was the Hickory. The Hickory was available along with some little smaller tchotchkes. They had some of the smaller tchotchkes available.
Yep.
But I was surprised to see them. They were already set up in the store. Out here, some of the store managers have a philosophy of, I'm just going to put the boxes out there. I'm not going to do the display, which kind of sucks because, obviously, as a YouTuber, we'd love to be able to see it and record, but they're just like, no, we're going to put the boxes out there and let them sell.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen anything. There's a group that shows, like, you can go on and see, like, places that are selling stuff. People will post it, and last I saw, the people in Rhode Island hadn't seen anything yet, so keep an eye out. But I'm here tonight. Hopefully I'll get everything I want. No, it's interesting, though. If you're looking at the list, so people were saying that if you see the letters after the name, that tells you that it's an in-store. They'll have it in-store. And if that holds true, which does make sense, right? It's kind of like the aisle you would find it or whatever, the boxes. So like the Spider has an H46 at the end. The Ultra Skelly has an H23. The Troll has an H11. Bride of Frankenstein does not have one. So the Bride of Frankenstein doesn't have one. Maleficent doesn't have one. Which is, I thought it was really weird that they wouldn't have her in store. You think that would be like a big seller, right? The Disney stuff?
Yeah.
She doesn't
have the weird thing, I thought the Spider was an online only. I thought it was. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Usually they are. Like also like the well, this is probably because they're 3-packs, the demon skeletons and the pixie skeletons. But the 3-packs are never sold in store, so that's probably why it's like that. But it's like the pirate ships looks like it would be in store. The hearse does not look like it would be in store. Both the Chucky and the Bride both are in store. So I just thought it was really weird to see the Disney ones not in store. That kind of blew my mind.
Yep.
And the Bride of Frankenstein too.
I got a hot tip for people looking for the ultra pulsables of any of those, whether they're the pixies or the corpse or the skeletons or the demon bats or whatever, right? Yeah. But here's the funny thing. When the stores get their inventory in, the funny thing is they don't sell the 3-packs in the stores, but they do come originally on the pallets in a 3-pack. So if you can get, like I did this last year, I was able to get one of those off the pallet because they're supposed to break them up. That's what they're supposed to do. And they put them on the rack, is what they do. They break that box open so they can sell them individually. But if you can catch, and the manager's cool, they will let you buy that online price for the 3-pack and you can walk out with it. I was able to do that last year. But the guy was super nice. I was like, hey, these are 3 for $129 online, and he goes, "You want 3?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "All right."
Awesome. That's great. Jeff was saying he knows someone that works at Home Depot by him, and he says nothing isn't back yet for Halloween, although they have Christmas trees in the back. So
shame.
Come on, Christmas in August. Halloween, man, that's what that. Hobby said, "Hi everyone in chat. Good evening." Wahahaha. And so says, I saw Tiffany Valentine and the 8-foot Skelly at 2 of my local Home Depots, but they had them in the top rafters. Okay. So
those servos are those that new Ultra Skelly is in a lot of stores. Matter of fact, I think he's in our Madison Heights stores, which I'll confirm tomorrow. So I'll be out that way tomorrow and check it.
Cool. And then Jeff said plans to get Tiffany, Gremlin, and Frankenstein this year.
I love Stripe.
That was so cool. That was one I had no idea about. So when I saw it, I was just like, whoa. Okay.
That was kind of funny because I'm a big Gremlin fan. It's funny because Jamie loves Gizmo and I love Stripe. It's kind of funny. But I was, for the longest time, I've wanted that Stripe Trick or Treat Studios variant.
Yeah.
I was looking at the price of the one that Home Depot has, and I was almost wanting to pull the trigger on it, but I'm sitting here going, if I spend $50 more, actually probably a little bit more than 50, 60, 70 bucks more. Yep. That variant, that Trick or Treat Studios, looks so spot on. Yeah. Even though it's static, and they have Stripe, they have the flasher, and they have awesome. The one in the ski mask. So I want to get like all 3 of those. But
here's the thing: they're puppets, right? They're actually puppets, so you can actually probably pretty easily put some kind of head turning servo, mouth servo in there. Yeah, I bet you can make that happen somehow.
Yep. But if I get them, you'll know because they'll just be sitting in the background.
They look so good. That's actually the main reason I probably wouldn't get Stripe animatronic is just because that Trick or Treat ones look so good. I mean,
they're perfect. Really nice.
And when you compare the two, you're just like, oh, it looks a lot better,
Yeah.
The Home Depot one looks good. Don't get me wrong, but the other one just looks just like the movie.
Yep. it was kind of funny because when they dropped that, they were sneaky with it. They were I was like, I literally had to do a double take. I was like, did I just see Stripe?
Right.
I went back and looked at it, and I was like, literally like, oh man, I was about to cue that up in my list. And then Jamie, of course, goes, didn't you want the one from Trick or Treat? And so I literally pulled it up right there, and I looked at both of them, and was like, oh yeah, this does look a lot better.
Right. Yeah. And it's not like it has such crazy movement that that you have to get the Home Depot one. It's pretty simple movement. So
yeah. Yep.
We got Hobby says Home Depot ruins Halloween of September with Christmas trees. Absolutely. Christmas should come out November 1st.
You should be able to report that to some kind of ethics line or something like that. There should be a number to call for that.
I agree. It's terrible.
Unacceptable.
And then So says, I'm thinking since they're mostly coming from China and Cambodia, maybe that's why we're getting them in stores first before the East Coast. That could make sense, right? Because I think New York's had some, but I haven't seen anything over exactly my way. So I don't know. Maybe the bigger places are getting them first too.
It literally was literally the left and right coast. California was the first one, and then New York also had people who are walking out with stuff. So, but now I'm starting to see some other spots pop up. Like, I think somebody in Indiana was able to grab some stuff. Somebody got one of the programmable skeletons and also a hickory to, and that was literally 24 hours ago.
Yeah.
So I was like, holy crap.
So. Yeah, Jeff said he's going to check out that stripe. Yeah, it's very, very awesome. Yeah. I did the same thing. Someone made a comment in my video about the Trick or Treat Studios when I kind of forgotten about it. So I went back and looked at it like you did, David. And I was just like, oh, yeah, it does look really good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, check it out. It's $250, right? And the Home Depot one is $179. So
yeah. So they're in the wheelhouse.
Home Depot one's a little taller, right? That's 3 feet. 3.5 feet. The other one's a little bit shorter, but
yeah,
he's saying the Trick or Treat Studios Gremlins do look better. Thanks for the heads up. He's going to switch to that one. You just got a sale for him. See?
Sorry, Home Depot.
But it looks so good. Like the Trick or Treat Studios one looks so good.
Yeah, they're really good. And if you're a collector and you love the Gremlins, especially like I do, that's just one of those ones I'd kick myself if I didn't get that. I could see myself constantly looking at the Home Depot one going, I should have got the one from Trick or Treat Studios. So but I've never been able to pull the trigger because I can't tell you how many conventions I've been to and somebody's reselling that and I'm like, always I've been fighting the urge to get that for a very long time, but it's probably I'm gonna falter at some point here.
For like your Christmas list.
Oh yeah. It's a perfect Christmas gift, right?
Right, for sure. Absolutely. I get so excited when I see these old things coming back, like seeing Gremlins come back and stuff. Like, oh man, that's my childhood right there. That
Yep.
Seeing all those classics. I'd love to see a really good Gizmo animatronic though to go with it.
Oh, yeah. Jamie was upset about that. She goes, "Why don't they have a Gizmo?"
Right.
And I started the debate, which I don't recommend anybody do with their significant others. But I started the debate. I said, tell me that the Gremlins would have had a movie that was watchable if Stripe didn't show up.
Right. Well, it's called Gremlins. It's not called Mogwai, right?
Right.
So if you're gonna, it would make sense to have the Gremlins first. Have to do that.
Right.
But they're kind of like the yin and the yang. You need the two of them.
Yep.
And then I would just love I would love a whole line of the ones from the second movie because it's just fun. It's just a fun movie,
It is. It's good times every time. So.
Yeah. I'd love to have the vampire bat one. You get probably the vegetable one's my least favorite, but it's still kind of funny. And the spider gremlin would be awesome. And
that's awesome.
Just to have a whole setup behind you, just all of them, first and second movies.
Yeah, I heard a rumor that they may be doing another one. I'm not sure how true that is, but I heard rumors that, which would make sense. It would make sense it's about time for that right now.
Sure. And it probably I assume it'd be like a remake type thing, or
are they? I would hope that they would do something original.
Right.
I'm so I love it when people like, think of something like either a prequel or, or a sequel would be nice,
Right.
and, but we'll see.
Hmm.
We'll see.
Oh, so it says, so the next question is Gremlins a Christmas movie?
Yes.
I honestly, I would say more so than Halloween, right?
Yep.
For sure. Yeah, no, I that's right. It's one of those movies that's good all year round. So
yeah, it is. It is.
But yeah, I actually kind of think Ghostbusters did it kind of right. The way they did not the all female one, has nothing to do with gender. That was a god awful movie. But the way they did this one, where they kind of like started a new cast, but then they had the original cast come in. Like, yeah. I think, okay, you know what? I'm down with that. I don't think it's bad. And then they kind of brought him in again, so it's not like it was like goodbye to the old cast. They brought him in for another movie, and they're not as good as the originals. They're a different flavor. It's more like a family movie with some, the comedy elements, where the other ones were definitely not family movies because they were just, kind of disgusting people, but that's what made it funny.
Right.
But I still think that's a better way of doing it. Like, if you're going to move on, do a good transition, make it a new movie, right? Yep. I mean, maybe Ghostbusters, they leaned a little too heavily on the original villains again, right? Having the same Gozer and all that, but at least there was a transition, and you get to see the characters move through it.
Yeah, it was kind of like Beetlejuice, the last Beetlejuice.
Wasn't as good as the first
one? No. Oh, without spoiler. Hopefully, I'm not spoiler alerting anything here, but it wasn't as good as the first one. But it still was good because that's what they did. They were like, okay, we're not going to try to remake this. We're just going to kind of continue the storyline. They introduced some new characters, and it was refreshing. It was really cool. They paid homage to, although that was a diabolical. I'm not going to tell you what happened, but Martin Mull got done in a diabolical way, probably well deserved, but
nice.
You'll get a laugh out of that alone. That was
awesome.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to watching it. I just need a time where I can sit down and focus. I'm all over the place. So, I mean, between trying to be a dad for my son, and then being scared at online, and then a job and a husband, taking care of the house and all that crap. It's like I don't have time to sit down. Yeah. And then I work from home on Wednesdays, and I used to be able to get caught up and just put something in the background because I need something on when I'm doing reports and stuff. And but I've got jury duty every other week now for a year.
Oh my gosh!
And it's Wednesdays, so that's my work from home day. So I haven't, and then the other Wednesdays I've kind of been taking off to do Halloween stuff. So I haven't even had that time to sit down and just like watch stuff. So
yep.
I mean,
a lot.
Yeah. But that's life, right?
If I was to give somebody advice, I'd say pick one. Don't try to be a YouTuber and a home hunter. Don't try to do both. It is crazy because it's like, and honestly, both of them, we made the decision to take 2026 off because the biggest curse is we love this. I love the industry, and I love everything about it, from the props to the events to the people to you name it, And I feel like being stuck in this world where you're trying to create content and also you're trying to build something too as well at the same time. It leaves you very little time to actually enjoy what it is that you enjoy, So I'm like, let's take the year off next year and let's go get out and get some inspiration, see some things, actually
take the year off from YouTube or from the hunt?
No, not from YouTube, but from actually doing the home hunt. Next year, we're
like you did last year, right? You kind of took. Well, you still did a hunt. You didn't do the walkthrough, but you still did a setup.
Yep. Yeah, we still did. But I was like, no, let's not even do that. Let's just be off and let's go and do some stuff, because there's like hunts we want to see. There's other home hunters we want to check out.
Right.
And it'd just be nice to be able to fanboy out for once,
Are we gonna meet up and go up to Haunted Overload?
I would love that. That would
be awesome.
Huge. I really wish, because I figure we're gonna fly out there, we got to make it worth our while.
Right.
I'm like, we might as well do Salem because Salem's like an hour away, I believe.
Yep.
So I'm like, we might as well get both of those in. And I know at one point Haunted Overload used to have a September schedule, but they've stopped doing that. They only open in October.
Oh,
And everybody's told me if you go into Salem, go before October hits.
it gets crazy. It does.
Yeah. So I was just like, man, because it would make no sense for us to go all the way over there and not hit Salem. It's like,
I mean, I think you still have to hit it and just know it's going to be crazy, right?
Yeah, this is true. Just buckle down.
But if you can go, if you're taking time off, if you go and hit it during the week, you can kind of see some stuff and not be overwhelmed. The weekends are really where it gets crazy. So
that's, you know what, that's a great plan, because that may be what we'll do is maybe, do Salem during the weekend, save Haunted Overload for the weekend,
right.
So, and just do that, and so get the fast pass so we don't get stuck, or, you know what I mean? So, but yeah. And the owner, Eric Lothar, is a great guy. He's really, really a good guy. So
I've never met him, so.
Yeah. Good. All of them are good people, very good people, and mad talented, crazy. Like everybody that works in that operation is an artist at some level.
For
crazy.
Sure.
So, yeah. So
everything's just so big and over the top and crazy. I can't wait to see it. So.
Yep. If you guys haven't done Haunted Overload, put it on your list. It's definitely, I'd say it's in the top 5 of the country. We did get a chance probably 2 years ago to do Hell's Gate, but those are up there. Hell's Gate, Haunted Overload. I'd probably say Netherworld is another one you got to make it to. And then I'd probably say Dark Hour. But that's over in Texas. So those are probably like my must get tos at some point, while I'm breathing.
For sure. Yeah. Yep. I agree with that. Let's get back to our comments quick. Jeff said, I do a haunted house for our neighborhood at our community center and do mostly movie stuff. Cool. Nothing really scary since we have all ages going through. This is his 3rd year doing it. That's awesome, Jeff. That's really cool.
I love that. And it's community driven, which is even better. That's
right.
That's a beautiful thing. I always tell people, like, I think, what we do it really is a service to the community, because you're making memories, bringing people together, people who probably never talk to each other for once will, have something in common. They want to come out and have a good time, get scared, and, make memories. So, awesome.
And then, So says passing the torch. I think that's when we're talking about Ghostbusters. So that would make sense, right? They're passing the torch on. And then First Name says, I was in your live stream last year. It's that time again. Time flies. Thanks for coming back. So we must have done okay last year. We get someone to come back, so that's great. But I can't believe this whole year has flown by. Like, part of me says, like, oh, like I'm so far ahead. I started building my haunt in July, but then I look at it, I'm like, no, I'm way behind. I have so much to do. Like, this year is just going by so fast. I don't understand where it's going.
I have nothing done. I'm so jealous.
But you got a lot in here. It's all planned out, right?
That's it. It's just all swirling. and then I got stuff I'm supposed to be doing. This weekend, I'm supposed to do distressing for clothing, and I just never got around to it. I kept saying, I'm going to do it. And stuff kept popping up. Just didn't do it. But I got 2 garbage bags of clothes to distress. So.
Well, one good thing I found out is when you start building something big in your driveway, now I'm getting the family saying, like, oh yeah, we want to come help, let me know, and which is awesome. I'm blessed that I've got family that will do that. I mean, my dad and mom have been there right alongside, helping out. But
that's awesome.
My wife's family, my in-laws they came and helped one day, and then her aunts and uncles, and they said, oh yeah, we want to come help. So once you get something big in the driveway, right, it draws the attention, and now I'm getting the people that want to help, which is awesome, because I'm not going to get it done by myself. For sure.
I always get those people. They're like, "Hey, I'm going to come around and help," and and I'm usually just hearing crickets for a while.
Right. Well, what helps is if you have a pool party, cookout / haunted house build. Kind of throw it all together, right?
That's smart. You have the cookout and you keep the plate and go. You're helping, right?
Right.
You're helping, right? Yeah. Can I get my plate now? Just making sure you're helping.
Yeah. Well, you know what I think it is? They all love coming to the party we do. So
yeah,
I think for them to be like, because they brought other family member, right, from my outside and everything, and so they bringing other people to come see. And I think that there's some pride in saying like, hey, we helped build this pirate ship. That's cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, it definitely takes some ownership of it. Definitely takes some ownership of it. So very cool.
I met at go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what's your theme this year? If you can leak that, can you leak it? I don't want to pull you out.
So yeah, I don't necessarily have a set story yet. I just wanted to do classic haunted house. I've made props before, like my Haunted Mirror of Evil and the Atmos effects, picture scares, and all that. I've done all stuff for haunted houses, and I bought props for haunted houses and never done an actual haunted house. It's always like the pirate ship was like the closest, but that's still not really. Then I've done like yard walkthroughs, but you can't put those kind of props in a yard, right?
Yeah,
you kind of really just have a haunted mirror sitting next to a tree.
I feel that.
Part of me was just like, because I still really want to do the Zelda theme one, and next year is the 40th anniversary from Legend of Zelda, so I think it'd be really fun. I want to make like a 10 or 12 foot Ganon animatronic would be like my dream thing, but I keep saying I want to do that, but I was like, I got to do this first. I got to get this out of my system. I got to just get an actual indoor haunted house done. So that's what I'm going with. So it's you walk in, you're going to go down like a long hallway. And I've got one of those. They're kind of the cheap Halloween phones that will ring, and then if you pick it up, you hear someone talking.
Oh yeah.
But what my plan is that so I'm going to have us feel at the beginning and say go in, don't touch anything, nothing will touch you. Unless of course the phone rings, it's polite to pick it up. But because what I'm going to have is where they pick up the phone for when not the little kids, right? Because I have a lot of little kids come, but when the older people come through, I want to have a drop panel right there. So as soon as they answer the phone, boom, someone drop panel scares you.
That's awesome. That'd be awesome.
I'm setting up this year to try to have scare actors. So I've got like that drop panel guy's got 3 different scares I can get from the same little cubicle I'm putting them in. So I'm trying to design it so I can get multiple scares from one person. So if I only have 2 or 3 people, I can still get it like 6 or 7 times,
And drop panels are 100% guarantee. You're going to get it. You're going to get
them. For sure.
That's awesome.
And especially because I'll be distracted by the phone thing, so they won't even think that this picture is going to open up. So
you need scare cams.
I grabbed some on Amazon Prime's big sale thing. They had some cameras, and I picked some up. So I haven't hooked them up yet. I haven't tested them. I hope they work, but I think it's got like 5 or 6 in the set. So
all right. I got one for you and for the chat room. Somebody, maybe you guys can help me out. So Jamie, we've got another running debate going on right now. So last year, one of the animatronics that came out last year, I really wanted it, even though it didn't make sense. So our theme is Cursed Farmland, so everything that goes around Cursed Farmland, cornfields, farm, you name it, right?
Yeah.
But when I saw that Cthulhu that came out, I was like, I gotta have them.
Yeah.
So Party City dropped it down to $99. How am I supposed to say no?
I can't.
A 9-foot Cthulhu for $100. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting it. So I got it. And Jamie looked at me and she goes, what the heck are you doing? Where is that supposed to go? How are you supposed to make that work? So I'm sitting here going, wait a minute. A witch opened up a portal, and that's how this land got cursed. So, can't anything come through a portal?
And Cthulhu is like I'm going to get it wrong, but it's like one of those like elder god type thing. This is like
yes, he's the ancient one. He's the ancient one.
So he doesn't have to just sit by the ocean, right? You might want some corn on the cob. He's coming to the farm. I don't know.
Who'd have known Cthulhu loves corn?
Right? But you could very easily do, if you wanted to have like a little actual witch portal thing, like I did in one of my haunts, is you put the laser sideways with the fog. And it looks like you're walking through a portal. Put a portal in. You've got Cthulhu, have some other stuff. Portal out. You're back in the farm.
I love it. You're going to have to give me the tutorial on because I know how to do the laser swamp, but the portal's a whole different thing. I thought there was a mechanism for that, but I don't know.
Well, you can do the spinning one, but you can literally just take it and do it sideways. Okay. And you'll still get, so just like the laser swamp, but it's sideways. If you put it in a doorway, it looks like you're walking through a portal. Like it's
okay.
You still see the fog effect, but you can't really see through it. As long as you get the fog coming through right, it's a cool effect.
Okay, all right.
Super simple. Right. The portal, I know you're talking about like the vortex thing, right?
Yes.
You can shoot the laser onto a mirror on something that's spinning, and it will.
Okay.
So you're basically shooting the mirror this way at a fan or something like a computer fan, and the mirror is just angled slightly, right, so that it's shooting the laser back that way, but it's spinning, so it's creating a circle.
Gotcha.
It's not. I don't think it's hard to do. I've never done it, but I've seen people have done it, and but if they do that, one guy said if you make that, box it in and put some plexiglass, because what they were getting was with the fog, they were getting condensation on the mirror, and it was kind of affecting it. So box it up and put the plexiglass or something so that you're keeping that all clear.
Okay. So, all right.
So if you want to do the vortex, you can do that. But the simpler way is just get a laser, put it sideways. As long as the fog's going through it right, it's pretty cool looking.
You hear that, Jamie? Cthulhu is coming to Roxbury Farms.
There you go. He is super cool, though. Like, I mean, I was kind of the same thing where it's just like, I just love the character and everything about it. Like, I had no place to first store it. Actually, last year I could have probably used it because of the pirate ship, but I also think that was kind of like probably a one and done theme, because it was a real pain in the ass putting that ship together.
Dude, it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
So it was cool, but so it's funny because I had it set up. We got through Halloween, everything was great, but I had to leave it up for another week because we got through our party. I had to leave it up for another week for my in-laws to see it. That week, the friggin' mast that was attached to the house, I don't even know we had a storm. I was at work. I come home from work, the friggin' thing's boom, down on top of a haunted house.
Oh my God.
It didn't destroy it hardly anything. And the ship it landed just right, so it didn't destroy the ship. But the sails were kind of hanging down and stuff, and so I actually redid part of the haunted house. I kind of restructured it a little bit and have like a version 2 that I did for my in-laws that I actually have filmed. I should put it online because I actually did film it. But yeah, I had to like reconstruct things to make it fit the way the sail was and the way stuff happened. So
I was gonna say, you always got the backdrop of things being dilapidated, so
right. And probably the impressive part was seeing like the sail when you walked up, but
that's awesome. That had to blow those kids' minds. That had to just blow their minds.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what was it, a third grade Halloween party, and there's this big ship there, so they were pretty excited about it.
Coolest third grader ever.
Yep. All right, so we got a couple more comments. I don't want to forget the comments here. Willie says jury duty every other week for a year. We don't have that in Maryland. So this is I'm actually on federal, so it's federal grand jury. So we just look at a bunch of different cases, and it's we determine if there's probable cause. We're not doing anything else, and if we say there is, then the federal government can actually bring the case. They'll actually bring the case against people.
Oh wow!
So
wow.
I get on that, but because my job is through the state of Rhode Island, I get my salary paid still. That's one of the things that they do.
That's awesome.
So I didn't have an excuse to say I couldn't do it. And, it's actually been really interesting. It's kind of cool. But at first I was a little intimidated, thinking like, I gotta drive it. Not that Providence is a big city, but parking can still be a pain in the butt and everything. It's like, I gotta drive there every other week, and now it's fine. I've been doing it since April, and I've been doing it since May. I'm on the books until April next year. So
yeah, nice.
And Javi says, I'm learning that YouTube plus home haunting is like a full-time job. Absolutely. It's crazy.
100.
So for sure, we, I don't know. It's keeps you busy for sure. And then of course it's like, I'm still dumb enough to be still in the game of like, oh, the new props came out. I have to talk about them right away, And so it's like literally like that last week. It's just like my poor son. He's like, it's like, Dad, look at this. I'm like, dude, I am so sorry. I have so many videos I have to get done. So like make sure he has an hour of my time, right? I'm not gonna like ignore him, and I'm getting dinner and everything, and we did our stuff, and then just like, I'm so sorry. This week I have to get all this stuff done. It's kind of dumb, right? I'm like 46. I don't need to be like, guys, you got to see the new. But I don't know. I enjoy it still. What can I say? But that part stinks when someone else is creating your schedule. At least if I eventually just move the channel to making props, then you're on your own schedule, right? You set it. This is coming out then. I don't know. Still playing that other game. I can't get off it yet, but. And then let's see. Willie says, just put a big straw hat on Cthulhu, and he'll fit right in. There you go. Right? So put a little piece of grass coming out of his mouth, right? He's perfect. So Jamie, come on, he fits right in.
Are you seeing the vision, Jamie?
Right.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I knew I'd get some good answers from you guys.
For sure. And I know it's not your thing, but I got my first candy corn for the season, Jamie. For the haunt. So tell Jamie.
Oh yeah, she's vibing with you right now. Even though she's asleep, she's vibing with you right now.
My first candy corn of the season on the air with you guys. So
yeah, I think we were at Cracker Barrel looking at their stuff, and I think she found a bag there that she was gonna partake of. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. So. That's tradition. Even though it's not like great, it's not my favorite. It's still good. It'll give me a nice little sugar buzz to keep me going through the night. So.
Oh yeah, she had me try this hack. I think it was a couple of years ago, and it's candy corn plus peanuts. And she knows I like paydays.
Okay.
And it kind of tastes like a payday, like if you're eating peanuts and candy corn together. Because initially that's what payday is: peanuts wrapped around this big nougat, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it is, but yeah. So, but that was the only way I was able to enjoy candy corn.
There you go.
No, but cool. So, what's everybody's hot item? I wonder what everybody's hot item is.
I was just going to ask the same thing. What are people waiting at? Like, what are we staying up for? What is the one thing that you have to get? I'm curious to see. I think the spider has been a pretty big one from what I'm seeing online. The Ultra Skelly, for sure. And then it's kind of all over the place. I know the hearse is still pretty big. People still really into the hearse. I haven't heard as many people talking about the pirate ship. Someone had commented before saying, the video I did today, like, do you think the pirate ship's going to sell out? And I said, I actually haven't heard a lot of chatter about it as much as some of the other stuff. But I also don't know what they're going to have for inventory, right? The pirate ship.
Yeah.
Well, it says H48, so it does look like it will come to stores. So I must have a decent.
And this industry is like waves. Everything is waves. Last year was, the last 2 years have been heavy pirate years, like real heavy nautical pirate. That's been like the move for so many people. So, I was looking at the Home Depot Facebook group, and somebody asked about the Jack Skellington. They're like, do you think it'll sell out? And I actually told them, I said, I think people are starting to cool on Nightmare Before Christmas because there's so much of that IP out there. There's just so much of it now.
Right.
And people have kind of somewhat started to fatigue on it. I don't think it's ever going to die, but I think people somewhat started to fatigue on it a little bit because there's just so much of it, so,
I tried to, completely unrelated, we'll get back to the topic, but I tried to read the sequel, that book that was written about Sally. It's such a stupid thing. The fact that it's written from her perspective, but first person perspective, throws me off so much. I've had a hard time reading it just because it's not because it's about her, but because it's from her first person perspective, where the movie obviously is third person, right? You're watching it.
Yes.
It just feels so different to me. I'm just like, I'll have to try it again, but because I love the movie so much, I was just kind of like, I'd like to jump in and know what happens in the story, but.
And if you're going to do that, you almost want to find something more polarizing to do the perspective from, like Oogie Boogie, or You know what I mean? It's that's such a random character to go. Let's do a perspective from this character. Like I think about the Three Pigs when they did the perspective chase. It was from the wolf point of view, which was polarizing. You're like, oh yeah, we want to know what the wolf is thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah. So same thing with Wicket. They flipped the perspective, and the witch was she was not accepted and had to. So it gives you a whole different dynamic. So I thought that just seems weird that they would pick that one of all.
Is Wicked any good?
I'm not a musical person. Jamie loved it, and everybody I know who's seen it loved it. And obviously, it's even had some influence even in the Haunt world, because this year you go to Transworld, first thing you see is the whole play on Wicked up front with the zombies. So I think the idea and the story arc to me is compelling. I just can't stand musicals. So, but I still would love to see it,
Because part of me, maybe this is just me, I don't really want to see the Wicked Witch as a sympathetic character.
Yeah.
I don't. It's just, it'd be kind of like seeing, I think it's weird watching the Lord of the Rings TV show.
Yeah.
They're not making Sauron, they're not making him empathetic, but it's still just kind of weird seeing him as a normal type person. I'm just kind of I know there's a history, right? I know they're basing it on Tolkien stuff, but probably just what? I want to see this all-encompassing evil figure. I like that. I don't want to see Emperor Palpatine his getting broken up with when he was a teenager, and that's why I don't want to see that, right? Darth Vader can be the sympathetic character, but you need that Palpatine in the background that's just pure evil. And not that the witch has to be pure evil, but part of me is just kind of I don't want to see that. I like the fact that she's just this mean, green old witch.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some beauty in that. They're inherent having a character that's inherently evil, and I think that seems to be a trend that we've gotten into in movies and storytelling that I think is kind of annoying. Just like what you said, not everything has to be morally gray. You can just, and to me, when it comes to horror, some of the scariest horror movies is when something is just evil. There's no reason for it. I thought The Ring destroyed it in Ring 2 when they were trying to tell you why Samara, no, I don't need to know the why, just that this is a malevolent character for no reason, just wants nothing more than your utter destruction. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. That's utterly terrifying. You know what I mean?
Does that bad person versus force of nature, the evil force of nature is way more compelling for me.
Yes, absolutely. Instead of going, well, he's not really a bad guy, he had a rough upbringing. I don't do that.
I mean, it's got its place for sure, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I just like that dark force of nature, I in Neverending Story, for instance. I don't know why I was watching that the other day, and you've got the wolf, right? That kind of is the personified figure, but the nothing is just this force of nature coming through, and they don't have this the nothing used to be a teenager, and then something happened, and now he's destroyed. No, it's just this force, right? And people know it's coming, and it's just destroying everything, and I like that. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, I love it.
So we got a couple more comments. Willie said he wants the obelisk. I think the obelisk is cool. Part of me is just do I want to spend that much money when you could probably make something pretty cool out of foam that's the same size? That said, if you don't want to or don't have time to, it's a pretty cool piece. This obelisk is pretty awesome.
What and obviously looks better than the obelisk that Lowe's had last year. What was the one for Lowe's going for? Because we all know Lowe's stuff is crazy price. Their pricing model is insane.
I don't remember. It was over 100, and the Lowe's one wasn't 8 feet either, right? This is the 8 feet.
Yeah, and it didn't look as good. It definitely didn't look as good. Yeah.
What else do we have? We've got So says, I like the Chucky and Tiffany, but need the Zero. Yep, Zero's good. I got Zero last year. Another video that I filmed. It's so sad. I filmed probably 10 videos I never made on YouTube because I just never edited it. And by the time I was done, I was just well, it's so old now. I just won't bother. It's sad. But he said, if I don't get him, then I'll need to 3D print him. You could try 3D printing a Zero. No one else. I always thought before I got the Zero, it'd be a really cool effect if you're doing Nightmare Before Christmas, is to do a Pepper's Ghost effect. So get a piece of plexiglass, or you can make it with the that, like, it's not shrink, but that stuff you put on windows that you can heat and it will like tighten up. And then, and then have a monitor playing an image of Zero, like on behind a gravestone. So you have a gravestone monitor behind it, and then you got the reflection. You'd have this actual like ghost figure standing next to Jack. It'd be a pretty cool way of doing Zero, also. So
that would be cool. That would be cool.
So if you do that, send me videos and say, "What's up, Scare Dad? I did
it." That'd be cool.
That would be awesome. But yeah, I did get the Zero though, and I'll get out. I didn't even put him out last year, so we'll get him out this year. Jay Haunts is in the house. He said, "What's up? What's up, Jay Haunts?"
Another Michigan person in there. What's up, J.A.?
That's right. Did you get down to see his stuff?
I want to, and we didn't do Clinton because we used to do Clinton Township every year. We didn't get down last year, and I wanted to get over there. If I went to Clinton Township, I definitely would add him in there too as well, because I don't think he's far from any of those haunts out that way. So
awesome. Get down there. Halloween says hi. Hi, Halloween. You're our favorite holiday, so thanks for joining us. First name says maybe Stripe and the Jack in the Box Clown. Is the Jack in the Box Clown out?
I didn't see him. The weird thing is he wasn't in the launch. They didn't talk about him. I wonder if he's going to be like an online exclusive or something like that.
It's weird because seeing that video of him, I think he's actually a really good clown.
Yeah.
The mouth moves. It's got a good jump scare, right? It's got the subverting expectations. You think the box is going to do it. The neck comes out. The lighting on him looked really cool. I think he's a really good clown. I'm not usually into clowns, but it's kind of weird I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah. No, I thought that was a cool concept. And I think him and the clown that Haunted Hill Farms came out with are probably two of the best looking clowns I've seen out there, right now. Those two.
We'll get to that in a minute. We'll talk about the Haunted Hill Farm stuff. Let's just finish the comments. So first name, I stopped halfway through the comment. I said, I have to clean out the garage before getting any big props again. I just got into the BMAX Spooky Town villaging. So smaller boxes that you see in the store. That's a area that I would love to get into, but I can't afford to do both.
Dangerous.
It is. They're cool. They're so cool though. They're awesome. They're very
awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Willie to the rescue. The obelisk of Lowe's head was 150 and it was 5 feet. So 180 for 8 feet from the Home Depot one. You can't go wrong with that, right?
Yeah. It makes sense.
But thank you, Willie, because I am too old to remember stuff like that. Let's talk about. So David shared with me the video the other day of the Haunted Hill Farms, the new stuff that's coming out. There's some pretty impressive stuff in there. They had that clown with like the kind of melting face. He's missing his eyeball, but it's in his ice cream cone. He's holding an ice cream cone. Awesome. And the eyeball turns, right? Doesn't it like turn?
Yes. Yeah.
Very cool. Like super creepy. It's just like, that's a scary clown. That's, I think he's really good. I thought he was cool. They had, oh God.
I was going to say, out of all the stuff I've seen drop at the retail level, they had the most eerie looking stuff I was like sitting here going, this is really eerie. This is like kind of freaky looking stuff. I like it. I really do.
Yeah. I thought so they have a reskin of, I'm not going to remember the name of it. The guy, the Reaper type guy that told him the kid sucking the souls.
Reaper of Souls. Reaper of Souls, I think. Yeah.
They have a reskin and it's a witch, right? But she's got she's blindfolded.
Oh, yeah.
Super creepy looking, right? And she's doing it again. She's like sucking the soul and she looks awesome. She looks very cool. Yep. I like that one better than the other one because she's just creepier looking. I think she looked really good.
Yep. Yeah, where they just show 3, but each one of those 3, I was like, these are all equally impressive props that I would totally get if it was. I think their pricing is probably going to be ridiculous. Haunted Hill Farms, they were for the longest time kind of like the black sheep of the industry, whereas like, even Home Depot has sold their line for a while, but it was like, this is the cheap stuff you buy when all the other stuff is sold out.
Yeah.
But I think they've kind of gotten in bed with Techie and some of the other companies and started putting out what they literally listed on their website as premium props.
Right.
And they got a premium price tag too. So
I think they do. Well, it's like I got the coat rack monster. I know it was the Spirit, I think, released it before, right?
Yeah.
Haunted Hill Farms brought it out this year, and again, that's a easy jump scare I can throw in a haunted house towards the end, and I'm going to try to have a scare actor in the same room, so the first person gets caught by that, then the next person will get caught by the scare actor.
Nice. I like it.
You always got to try to get the people in the back, right?
Misdirection. Yep.
For sure. But even that was like, Haunted Hill Farms is bringing it out, and it's cool. They're definitely upping the game for sure, but they still have the cheaper stuff too, which I think is good.
Yep.
What was another one they had was pretty cool. It was like one that jumps forward like that at you.
I like that mechanism. It had a nice little violent reaction. And
I thought I was trying to think, like, how could I use that? But I think if you could make it so that you had like hair hanging down in front of the face, so you couldn't see the scary face while it's talking, and then it came forward through the hair at you. Excuse me. I thought that would be a cool way of like kind of disguising that's a scary face until it leaps forward at you. Just have to find a way that when it resets, that the hair goes back in front of it and doesn't get stuck behind it.
Well, you can even, since with the costume, you could do what I did here. Just put a veil over. You put a veil to keep the hair in place. The only thing is a veil with that action, I can see it going.
Go flying, right?
It's Velcro somewhere in there.
What else did they show? They also showed a kind of weird pumpkin thing, which is okay. It's just kind of
that was
doing that.
That was definitely the lesser of them all.
Right.
So I think if anything too, I think that's the head they showed when they were doing the Spirit concepts for the next Mr. Dark reskin.
Yep.
I thought they were showing something that had the similar head to that pumpkin creature that they showed. So
So let's talk about Spirit a little bit. What the hell are they doing this year? They have a theme that has nothing to do with any of their props, right? Like I got to do another Spirit thing talking about it, and again, the opening's definitely going to be the concept room again, because it's like, I don't know what's going on there. Like,
I feel like Spirit's gotten disconnected from their audience. I think they've gotten too corporate minded, where they've just disconnected from their audience, and because the fun is not there like it was at one point, and their focus is just shifted to something different, which is one of those things you hate to see happen, but it's happening, and I just think they've lost that passion for really making their store an experience. I hate to see that happen, because that's what killed Toys R Us. Toys R Us was more expensive, but you walked in because you could see Jeffrey, or you would see somebody from Hasbro featuring their toy, or somebody be in costume walking around the store, and they got away from what made them special. And I think Spirit needs to rediscover what makes them special again.
Right. Because even like thinking of their props, like, I think the nun is a pretty good jump scare if you like the character. I think cool. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I like back then Bonnie. Obviously bought her from a haunt. I think she's pretty creepy. But a lot of these I look at, I'm just like, and especially for the price, like the Lantern Keeper, like, do I really need a pumpkin going shh for $230? Like, really?
No, I got an idea. You put them next to the clown that's going shh, and then you have a pumpkin going shh, and a clown going shh.
And then you have a scary librarian, right? There you go.
Yeah.
They're all in the library. Shh. Perfect. There you go.
No, yeah, I definitely was underwhelmed. I thought the theming was cool. The rat seems to be the only thing that seems to really, really fit within the essence of what they're doing. But
right, you got the rat, and you've got the re-release of the zombie that's hanging down, right? But most of the other stuff, like the granny doesn't fit it, Backman Bonnie, and it's fine to have like stuff that doesn't fit, but they don't really have anything that does fit it, which is just weird. They're still
been doing that. It's consistent. You think of that one year they had, it was my favorite ISE year when they did the cemetery graveyard. That was like phenomenal ISE, probably some of the best they've done. And they had clowns in graveyards. You're like, why?
Spirit is always going to give you 6 or 7 clowns every year. That's just what they do.
Right.
Which is fine, but make it like, have your theme and then have your clown section. And that's like no problem with that, because clowns are still really big for some reason.
Oh yeah.
I have nothing against clowns. Don't get me wrong. I just think it's weird that clowns take up such a large amount of the animatronic lineup. I'm like, there's always other themes, like pirates. For a long time, we didn't get anything. Now we kind of just got some stuff last year.
Yeah.
Zombies, like you might get 1 or 2 every year, but you didn't get a ton of those for a while. Like, I just think it's weird. Like, other than witches, right? You can always get a lot of witches. We never see a good Dracula. Like, hardly ever. You never get anything like that.
No.
Vampires in general. Apparently, back then, Bonnie's a vampire. I didn't know until I read the story. But have you read the story for that?
No, I haven't. But I can see that, because she's got the sharpened kind of teeth. Almost kind of.
You want to know that? I could see. You want to know why she's a vampire?
I'm interested.
She deliberately decided one day to step on a crack, break your mother's back. Yeah. Well, she deliberately stepped on cracks, and when she did it deliberately, her back did all that crazy stuff, and she looked in the mirror and realized she was a vampire. I don't know how, because if she was a vampire, she probably shouldn't have seen herself in the mirror, right? Shouldn't have had a reflection. But yeah, so I was joking with.
That was AI writing right there. That was AI. Somebody went to AI and had that story written.
I was joking with Frady, because Frady's doing vampire theme for her haunt. And I was like, are you going to do crack vampires like back then, Bonnie, or just regular? I was like, I got to wonder, do like the crack vampires not get along with the regular vampires? So there's like a in battle. Like, you're not real. You weren't Sire. You just stepped on a crack. Whatever.
Absolutely. Spirit needs to call Frady. She'll help him out. She'll help him. Did you see that spider she made with that creepy face? Oh my God! It's still stained in my memory. Yeah. That was insane.
Super cool.
Yeah. She's amazing.
Yeah. I just wish we got a few more videos from her, because I want to see how she does all this stuff. But
oh yeah.
I get it. Yeah. Like you said, YouTube and being a haunter, it's a lot on top of living a life. So.
Yep.
Garrett, thank you, Garrett. So hit those likes, folks. Yep, please like. I appreciate it. And Willie says, I thought the Spirit Clown candy dispenser was neat, but I saw a video where the candy gem. I actually really think that's a cool concept for sure.
I like them. I do like them. I don't know why, but I laughed so hard when I was listening to the audio. I was like, I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, this is why this is a cool prop, because he's funny as hell. You know what I mean? I think the music is, when I listened to somebody do an unboxing, the music seemed like it was so loud you couldn't hear him going, "Tuh, tuh," and that makes it hilarious. I was like, that's the best part.
Yeah, I actually thought it was cool too, but I have seen that he can jam. And the other thing is, you've got the 7 compartments of candy, and then it seems like, like if you pour a lot in, if you pour extra in, that's when it jams. So if you just fill the 7 compartments, like, you're going to be refilling it all night,
Yeah. They, one guy figured it out. I forget. I think it may have been Chilling Props. May have figured it out. He put smaller candies in there. Like, if you put jelly beans, you'll probably be fine. Okay. But even the minis were a little bit too much, because that mechanism is not perfect science. But something about the size of a jelly bean or something like that would probably be perfect, and you probably wouldn't have jams. Okay. So, which, it's a clown. Jelly beans work.
I think Chilling Props is where I saw where it did jam. I think that's where I first saw it. So.
It did. And I don't know if you saw at the end, he put these like really small spiders in, and they went through.
The spiders,
and didn't jam. They were fine.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, so you just got to put something smaller in there and you'll be okay, you
Right.
know? So, yeah.
That one I actually did like. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yep.
But but some of the new ones, like the Lantern Keeper, I was just kind of like, I don't get this. He's not even like super cool. Like if he's really cool looking, like I want somebody to start posing animatronics. Enough of this, like everyone's standing up straight. Like give me someone that's hunched over with like one arm bent up like this and the other one down. Like give me something like that. Like why is everyone's like this and they like come on, like give us some. You can give a static a cool pose, right? And it's going to be way more effective as a prop than, which I think is what Distortions kind of learns with some of their stuff. It's like you make a really good looking static prop, and people are going to walk by it thinking like, "Ooh, is that a scare actor? Is that not? Do I need to worry about this?" And then the real scare actor gets it from the side. Like perfect.
Yep.
But yeah, and then we had the girl dancing on the tombstone, and it's like, but she's like a ghost or a vampire, she's got like blood on her face or something. But she kind of just looks like she's doing like a balancing act.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know, like it's fine. It's not terrible, but it's not good. Like I don't.
It's definitely underwhelming.
For
Definitely
sure.
Underwhelming. Yeah.
And then I think the demon's pretty cool looking. The fire demon guy.
He is cool. Yeah,
he's is he worth the $300 and something? I don't know. Like he still just kind of does this and then comes back in, and his clothing is like just black. It's not like, doesn't look charred or ripped or burned, or there's literally nothing to it. It's literally just black fabric hanging down. That's kind of disappointing for me. Like you didn't complete the character. You know what I mean?
Yep. And honestly, with him, I do like the aesthetic, but I think if you want maximum effect, I would put him up high. You want people to have to look up, so like if you have something to put him on to where, people have to, look up, I think that you'll give you a maximum impact on, because that's purely an aesthetic character. There's no jump scare. That's just more kind of looking ooh and ah type prop,
Right.
So, but,
yeah. So, but again, I don't know. I just don't know what Spirit's done with a lot of their choices. It's underwhelming for sure. And even like the reskin of Mr. Dark, the Scarecrow, it's just kind of like make him like a scarier Scarecrow. Like why is he's in this like I kept saying maroon because I think maroon's funnier, but it's not really maroon. Frady mentioned it in her comment. It's more of a, oh my god, I can't think of the word, the color for it. But like that. No, I'd have to look at it. I can't think of it now. See, maroon's too funny. I like the word saying maroon, but it's this robe that looks like a brand new robe, and all that. I'm just like, why isn't he like a creepy Scarecrow? Like make him like really scary,
Yeah. And I think with the pricing you're finding out there, I feel like, and this honestly, I think a lot of retail locations are guilty of this. You're spending a premium amount of money for something that you're probably going to have to touch up, which that to me is the biggest ultimate sin. If I'm going to spend a premium dollar, then I want to have something that's out of the box ready, or on the other hand, if I don't spend a lot of money, I'm like, oh, that's cool. I don't mind putting the extra investment into this to make it look even better. But why am I giving you $350 and I've got to go back and touch this up and make it look better than what you did, So that's the sin I see, Like I remember when they came out with that Michael, I saw this guy last year. I think that was last year when they did the Michael, right? With the really weird face. The face was like super weird. Like, what is going on with this face? And I saw a guy do a remake. He took that mask off and used the Trick or Treat Studios mask, and boy, night and day. Oh yeah. Night and day, like completely different prop. And I'm like, but he had to pay for that, and then he had to put in extra labor,
right,
and purchase something.
And that killed me the most with that, because I'm just like, oh my god, Michael Myers literally wears a mask. And there's so many decent Michael Myers masks out there. How can you not just make an animatronic buy one of those masks and put it on. I'm like,
please.
This should be so easy. And if all the Halloween people like should be able to get him right and Jason right.
Yeah.
They should be easy. Like a Freddy Krueger, okay, you got some sculpting to do there. I get that, but those two, they should always look great.
Yeah. And the scary thing is, if when you go back in time, you look at the old Jimmy Jason, and that thing looks better than anything that's come out in the last probably, I don't know, almost 10 years.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy.
I was like, what's wrong with this picture? I thought we were supposed to get more progressive, not go backwards. So,
yeah,
but
I don't get it. Every once in a while, I am hitting refresh. I don't expect anything for a while, but I am checking. Still nothing yet.
Same here.
We got Gareth jumped in and said the clown candy dispenser was great. They should have done it as Reagan McNeil from Exorcist vomiting candy at kids. That is awesome.
That. Brilliant.
Yep. And then Gareth said candy corn is traditional and small enough not to jam the system. Again, first candy corn of the year. Save for tonight.
Yep. There you go. I like it.
Yep. First name said the Michael Myers from Spirit is horrendous for that price point. I agree.
Right.
Again, that should be so easy to get right.
Yeah. Or like I said, there's got to be a give and take. Either bring down the price because this isn't a good prop, and now we don't feel bad having to clean up what you should have had done in the first place.
Yeah.
You don't feel bad about it, but there's nothing worse than going and spending over $300 for a prop and then having to go get paint or do touch-ups or do wait a minute, why am I doing touch-ups for $300?
Then having to get a radio to play the actual Halloween song behind it because they can't license the main theme song.
So now this prop is $450.
Right, exactly. That's crazy.
Yep.
Makes no sense. Did Spirit Halloween throw a fast one on us by in their stuff that they showed? There was a map and they had Elm Street specifically. And so we kept thinking in the beginning, I remember thinking we're going to get an awesome new Freddy. Nothing. I mean, maybe there's just a nod to the franchise, right? But it's kind of damn, we need a really good Freddy. We haven't had a really good Freddy yet.
They do that a lot. I remember everybody was excited about Nestor coming back, and that one year when they did the Pumpkin Factory set, they had the picture of Nestor as a VIP or CEO, right. And everybody's like, "Oh, is Nestor coming back?" And it's like, "Nope, we just threw him out there as an Easter egg. That was it." So,
right. Yeah, I don't know. But Freddy, though, that's one where they need posing, right? Because we've had some Freddy, and he's kind of just he's got his arms stiff. But if you give us a cool Freddy where he's got the claws or he's doing something like that, give him a cool pose. He doesn't have to do a ton of motion,
Yeah, and that's not asking a lot. That's the crazy thing. That's not asking a lot. But I think a lot of these mass producers, are just I'm just going to crap these out. I'm not going to sit here and give any thought to that. But it stinks because some of those people are walking the Transworld floors or the Midwest Hunters floors, and they're seeing what these people are doing. That's where they're getting some of their ideas from, clearly,
Yep.
But they're missing the point of, this is a fake Beastcraft prop, but you're missing the spirit of how they built this prop and the pose, like you said, or, how it's figured, or is it hunched over? Are the arms in a position, the hands,
Yep.
So, but.
Yeah, so I don't know. What do you think of the giant lineup that Halloween Costumes gave us?
Okay, so two thoughts. It's rehash, because it's stuff we've seen before. Okay. Yeah. Is it better than what they've offered in the past? Yes. But the value is not there at all. There is no value. They are severely overpriced, and you're still going to have to pay for shipping. And I know we're dealing with tariffs, but it's come on. And the history of HalloweenCostumes.com, I've bought stuff from them for a long time, and they've always been a value, something I could order pieces from that looked okay, and it was a value proposition. And now all of a sudden, you're charging more than props that are better than what you had. Matter of fact, you're reselling props that were cheaper for more, but it's still the same prop. That's still the same werewolf that Big Lots had.
Yep.
It's the same zombie that Big Lots had. And now you're selling it for, $70 to $100 more. Why?
Yep.
So that's my big beef with them. They've got some. I think they had some really cool stuff. The Slimer's gorgeous. It's
Right.
gorgeous, but I'm like, I'm not paying for that.
That's been the biggest thing is that, and it's weird because before I felt like they really embraced the fact that because they're an online retailer, they don't have to pay to have the storefronts, right? So you can just have the warehouse and ship it out, and that's where you save your money. That's where you should be making up the difference.
Right.
But they want to charge the extra premium and then not include shipping. Like I was looking at the Mothman, I was like, that's a really cool big prop. $500, and then another $100 to ship it. Shipping was another $100. I'm like, come on.
Hey guys, Distortions charges no shipping.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like now I'm at that point where it's like, well, I'd rather get a Distortions prop for $600. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
So I was just kind of shocked about that, and I agree. I think it's cool. Like I thought the Beetlejuice props, not Beetlejuice himself, was a terrible rehash with, hey, he's got new clothing. I don't need to play dress up with my animatronics, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, right.
But
and that's the same. I don't know if you caught this. That's the same crappy Beetlejuice that Home Depot dropped. Remember, we were making fun of that just the same time last year. We were. That's a horrible Beetlejuice prop. They just basically re-released it. I'm like, oh my god, they used the same one.
Yeah, we can just charge more money and give them a new outfit.
Yeah. Didn't Crazy Create have a much better looking Beetlejuice? That Spirit dropped that one year. It's like, why not use that one?
For sure. I think most people probably will.
Yeah.
But I thought that I love the fact that they had the moving hands on what's his face, Adam. Right?
Yes.
And
cool with the eyeballs. Yeah.
And Barbara looked good, right?
Yeah.
So I thought those are cool. But again, I know you pay a little more for licensing. But again, what were they, $350 or something? Like
insane.
That's too much.
Like every prop I looked at, I really stopped and really looked at everything they dropped. And the funny thing is, I saw it all on Transworld floor when we were there this year.
Okay.
Those weren't the prices on the floor. They weren't. At some point, they just got severely hiked. Now, granted, that's why you buy stuff on the Transworld floor, but some of that stuff was still in prototype phase. Like the Dragon Head wasn't even fully working. You know what I mean? So a lot of that stuff was in prototype phase. But yeah, I was like, I remember going over to the Morris Costumes booth and going, I'd rather get stuff here than spend that kind of crazy money on this. I can't justify what I'm getting. You're getting what I call B-level props for A-level money. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm glad that they're putting out a lot of stuff. Like, again, we got a ton of stuff. I hit the mic. I'm sorry about that. That wasn't really loud. So I appreciate that they're putting a bunch of different props out there and getting stuff out there that we might not have access to, right? So I think that's cool. I just think that, man, they should have a way to get those prices down. Like, they must. Yeah. Because I look at it and just feel like unless they're getting ripped off when they're buying it, they're going to be making bank on some of these animatronics. Like,
yeah, absolutely. It's a crazy markup. And I think, honestly, at some point, just like in any other business, you've got to be competitive. And that pricing is in no way competitive at all. No. And here's my thing. You're kind of a new dog on the block. You know, there are trusted names that people are always going to go. People are always going to go to Spirit. They're always going to go to Home Depot. And Lowe's now has kind of cemented themselves into that game where people will go there, but at some point you need to get your foot in the door and earn the trust of people who are consumers. And right now, I don't think that's a good start. You know, I'm not trying to be mean, but this is just honest. Those prices are not justifiable for it. Now, if you came up with something crazy and unique and you're like, wow, I've never seen this anywhere before.
Yep.
Then maybe there's an argument for going, I'll spend $500 on this, you know? Right. So, but
I, with them too. So they were the ones that I bought the, remember I had the werewolf and one of the eyes wasn't working, the LCD eyes. Yeah. When I had reached out to SVI about it, they said, that's a prop that we sold through Maynard's. HalloweenCostumes.com wasn't in their list. They wouldn't repair it for me because I wasn't. If I didn't get it through Menards, I got it through Halloween Costumes. So then I took out the eyes. I did the follow you eyes, and that was fun anyway. But it was still kind of frustrating to be like, wow, I bought this animatronic and it's not working. And I guess I probably could have returned it, but that seems like so much work to me. Like, if I can get it, send me replacement parts, one thing, but to pack it up and ship it up and all that, it's just like, oh.
And you're going to pay for that shipping.
Of course, exactly. So at that point, I'm just like, you know what? I'll just take out the eyes and change them out, and I think they look better anyway. But
yep.
Still, it's a bit frustrating.
Yep. I'm still listening. I'm just going to plug in because I'm starting to lose some juice. I'm going to plug in and grab a water.
Yeah, for sure. Here. For sure. And then we had talked a little bit briefly about some of the Lowe's stuff this year, and I think Lowe's they're stepping it up. I think they're getting a bit closer. I think they're the balloon clown was a pretty good little jump scare. I thought he was pretty good looking.
He was cool. And that was another one that had me laughing. The little balloon dog, barking. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's fun, right? And it's not scary looking, but I think that motion is going to surprise people. I think they're just going to expect the dog to bark. So I do think it will get people, and so I thought he was fun. You were talking about the witch, seeing the video about the cauldron stirring witch.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about that again because we were talking about it when we weren't live because I had to fix some settings, but we won't talk about my inefficiencies with the program right
now. Hey, we got it done.
We're up now.
Got it done, man.
We did.
We came through, in the crunch. They call that clutch. So that's all.
There you go.
No, but I don't think they really showed the witch in a very good light when they were doing their managers meetings and stuff like that. So I dismissed it like immediately, like didn't even think of it.
Yep.
But then seeing that witch up close and personal, I was like, yeah, she's kind of cool. If you want a classic looking witch, I'd definitely take her over that the poison apple witch that Home Depot has. I would take her in a heartbeat over that, and I would use her as that witch instead, just because she had a really good classic look. You know what I mean? I think that's, obviously they were trying to mimic, the original Disney animation, but still, I after seeing her up close and personal, I definitely had a newfound respect. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
The only thing I remember thinking, the one thing that stood out to me in the managers meeting with that witch, is I remember thinking the hands look really small. Mm-hmm. And I just made me think of Austin Powers. Small hands. But otherwise, she actually had pretty good detail. I thought she was pretty cool looking, staring with the big bone and everything. Like, yeah, I thought she was a decent looking witch.
Yeah, if you get a chance to see any of the footage from anybody who's seen her recently, I think you'll kind of enjoy what you see. I think she's pretty cool. I was like, wow, definitely better than I thought. It's kind of the reverse of what I ran into at Home Depot, like with the grave digger.
Yep.
And the what was the witch they have? I know they got a couple.
The Nightshade. The Nightshade's the one with the digi eyes.
Yeah. I liked her so much better in the manager's meeting, but then when I saw the drop, I was like, she doesn't look terrible, but she doesn't look as good as she did.
Right.
And the Gravedigger, that broke my heart because I was dead set. You guys know, I was telling you, that's the one. I'm getting that Gravedigger.
Yep.
And then it's kind of like a blind date. You show up and you're like, ooh, I got catfished.
Look like the photo, right? For sure. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. I still like the Nightshade Witch. I just think that I'm not a big fan of the digi eyes anyway, because if they stayed on, I would be better with it. But the fact that they're off, so that like these flat screens until you get close enough to trigger, to me it's just like, ooh, I don't like that. Like I want the prop to look real from far away and then look more real up close. I don't want it to look like it's off and then here I go, I'm turning on.
Yeah.
Even though it is, I don't like. I'm waiting for the retail to get to the point where they have like an idle animation, right? When it's not running, that it's just like the head turns slightly, blinks, and then when you activate it, it starts talking. But give us that like idle animation where it's just
kind
doing
of like a
something.
Passive mode.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. That would really be cool. A matter of fact, I saw, if I'm not mistaken, I think some of the Lowe's props has kind of this weird passive mode where I don't know if there's any movement, but I did see some of them. The eye stay on. They have the always on mode,
Okay.
which I think was pretty cool.
Yep.
I think it's gotten away from some of that, but I think that's cool. Like even with the old 12-foot witch, you had that always on mode where she was just looking around. She wasn't saying anything. And honestly,
Right.
I like that mode better than her talk because I hated her audio when we did have her.
Yep.
We eventually sold her, but I like just leaving her in that always on mode where her eyes were just moving around, following people, kind of like the skeleton, you know what I mean? So, but
yeah, we at our party we had that on, and then people were saying to us like, "Oh, I'm surprised she doesn't talk." I'm like, "Well, she does, but I didn't have it on because she's right next to where people are sitting, and I thought that might get annoying real fast." But
yeah, and you're like, she won't shut up once I turn her on. You're
Right.
going to be telling me to turn her off.
Yep. We had one more comment. So said they're about $100 too much for Adam and Barbara Beetlejuice animatronics, plus the shipping, or else I would pull the trigger. Same thing.
Yep.
They have a bunch of stuff that I would love to own. Slimer, the Terror Dogs, like they have a bunch of stuff like I would love to own that, but so they would have had like 4 sales for me if they brought the prices down $100, but now they got nothing from me because it's just too high, you know?
Yeah.
Same thing. The collector in me wants it, but then the other side of me says, "Ooh, not for that price."
Yep. And that's a killer, every time. And the crazy thing is like you think about like I complain about Lowe's pricing model all the time. Like for the last I'm going to say maybe 3 years. For the last 3 years, I have not liked their price model. When they first started getting involved, they were moderately priced, and then somewhere they built that confidence, and they're like, "That's it. We're the top of we're the bee's knees now. You're paying for this." But the thing that kills me is every year the price slashing that they do is just it's almost like disrespectful to the people who have paid that money.
Right.
Like that Joseph Crackstone came out last year, and I loved him. I wanted to get him. He was $375.
No, I think he was $450, wasn't he? He was a lot. Yeah,
I know he was up there.
He was more expensive than I remember thinking, wow, I can't believe he's more expensive than the 12-foot Gravedigger guy. I can't think of his name. Bone Collector.
Yeah.
I was like, why is he doesn't even move his mouth. He just...
And they had a ton of them left over. And then next thing you know, he was like 100. I think it was at one point he had dropped down to, I think he dropped down to 199. And then he dropped down to like something crazy. I think it was like 119 or something crazy like that. And I was like, dude, I'd be so ticked off,
right?
To walk in the store and see that. And they're not like Home Depot. Home Depot will give you a certain amount of time to do rain check and go, hey, look, I want a price adjustment. Because I've done that with them a couple times where I go back in and get a price adjustment going, hey, you just dropped this price. The werewolf was one of them. Okay. I spent $400 on that werewolf, right? Yep. And then all of a sudden they were $199. So I went in there and got the price. That's $200 I just got back.
Right.
So, and they did the price adjustment for me. Lowe's will not do that. No. Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, sorry."
Right.
So.
Yeah, in person at my Lowe's, I've only seen the DJ, which I got, and that I got because it fits our party. Right. We already have a dance floor with a laser and the fog for the kids, so I figured let's put a DJ, and I even get the little dancing skeleton to go with them.
That's awesome.
Just because it fits that party thing. But I was looking at the big tall vampire, the 12-foot vampire, and as cool as he is, he's not a $450 prop, I don't think,
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, you think about it, when that Scarecrow dropped, and I think that was one of their best bigs till to this day. I'm like, man, that Scarecrow, we have him. I love him. I'm like, somebody asked me, are you eventually going to sell them? Because I've gotten rid of a lot of the bigs that we had. But I was like, no, because he fits our theme, and I really like the sculpt on the face. And but he was $400 flat. He's $399. So then the Gravedigger came out. I think the Gravedigger was $400 too when he came out, and then they re-released him at $450. Then backed that price off. Then they dropped the Vampire $450. So yeah, I'd say it's high.
Our first name came in. Oh no, I missed. Let me jump back. Miss Garrett said, when we were kids in the 60s, we put on the vacuform mask in the dark for miles, being home at midnight, no decorations, And as wonderful and tempting as they are, the holiday does not demand them.
Yeah.
That's true. We were just talking about that, me and my wife, the other day. There's some documentary about the company that made those, and how it was just that plastic mask, and then you had like the shirt that didn't even match. Like they had the Darth Vader mask, and the shirt's like Star Wars, you know.
And it was plastic, by the way.
Yeah,
all
plastic
garbage bag with a print on it.
Right. Oh, I used to sweat so bad in those things. But
have you seen what those go for now if you find them?
Oh yeah, good money.
Holy smokes! Yeah,
it's crazy. But yeah, that I agree. Although I feel like the trick or treating's become not as big with Halloween as much as, and I think the decorations have kind of stepped up more. I don't know, like a trick or treating, it seemed like it lasted longer when I was a kid, and now it seems like when we take my son, we usually go to his friend's house. There's a group of kids that go together, and by like 7:30, 8 o'clock, houses are shutting down. And I'm like, wow, I feel like I went to like 9:30 at night or something when I trick or treated.
Oh yeah.
Like you're saying, you're out till midnight. Gareth was out till midnight. I didn't go out that late, but still.
Yeah, that's why I wish they would just kind of make it an observed holiday and just go, hey, let's stop with the whole, it's on Wednesday, it's on Monday. Just freaking make it Friday or Saturday and just let it be, you know.
I love that it's Friday this year. That's great.
Yeah, and it's Saturday next year. So
perfect.
Yeah, we got 2 good years, and of course that's going to be our off year. Like I'm probably going to regret that, but oh well.
Still have time to change your mind. We're only in 2025.
Yep. So,
but no, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I was going to say I think it's become exclusive to certain neighborhoods now, which I think kind of stinks. You know, certain neighborhoods, like there are a couple home hunters I know, and they're like, dude, my neighborhood has no trick or treating. We got no trick or treaters, and you know, and they don't get the foot traffic that they should because they do these amazing elaborate home hunts, and you know, it's almost just word of mouth. Few people know about them, you know, but yeah, so.
Well, that's the kind of thing we've been struggling. Do we open our hunt to the public this year or not? The biggest problem is, unless somebody knows about it, no one comes down my street. There's no trick or treating. My driveway is like a road, so you can't even see my house from the driveway. So no one's going to go down to trick or treat on it.
Yeah.
So the only reason, like, I had people that drove by that saw the lights on, and so they said, "Hey, can we come through and look?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, of course." But I don't know if it's worth the effort of setting everything up and all that to not have any people come. So if we open it to the public, it'll probably be like one weekend, maybe 2 tops, you know. But it's just where we live. There's no one there, so that's why we always did the Halloween party, invite a bunch of people. I mean, I think we had over 100 kids last year, and the family, so it was crazy. But at least it's like a big event, you know. And then the nice thing about that was I still got to enjoy Halloween with my son, right? That we did our thing, and then I was able to go out trick or treating with him. So,
yeah, that is nice. Yeah, we're fortunate. We have this area we're in is mostly farmland, and there's all these subdivisions bought portions of in plots of farmland, and the subdivision we're in, Green Farms, is one of the bigger subdivisions over in this area, and all the subdivisions pour into this one during Halloween. So we get a lot of traffic. Yep. And then one of the local farms actually will do a little tractor pull that takes kids around the neighborhood. It's pretty cool. So it's one of those things that, you know, we get a lot of traffic from just that, you know, so that helps.
Yeah, for sure. So we got, let's see, first name said, Lowe's does a nice job with small decorations. I avoid their animatronics because of their pricing and quality, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I can understand that.
I think the quality's getting better.
Yeah.
Pricing, no. Pricing is still pretty high. Even like the DJ that I got, probably should have been a $250 prop, maybe $280. $300 is kind of a lot. Because he basically just has that one motion, but he's got a lot of lighting, which is cool. He's got the uplight that changes. The lighting on the DJ pad, and then in the speaker, the blue lights that go, which I had to fix on mine, they were broken. So maybe the quality does need to get a little better. But I repaired it anyway, it was fine. But realistically, all the band though, like I think you're paying more for the Bluetooth because the animations are all pretty basic, you know.
Yeah, yep, yep. I do like the way the lights reflect on his uniform, or not uniform, cloak, whatever you want to
Right.
call it, as he's playing. I thought that was pretty cool, you know. So,
Yeah,
but,
no, the lighting gives it a ton of life, which is great. I think that
yeah,
it really does help for sure.
yeah. And I know one of the one of my friends out here who has a home haunt not too far from us. He literally built a stage.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he literally has the whole collection. So every year I call him going, "Hey, you getting the DJ?" Last year, like, you getting the keyboard, you know, and
Yeah,
he's literally got them all now. So I was like, dude, you got a whole,
yeah.
so, but it's pretty neat.
I
And then he
would love to
built,
do that, but
yeah,
storage for all those again, just for that party. I was like, oh, I don't know. So the DJ is perfect. I'll make a little stage for him with the lighting, but yeah, I think it'd be awesome to have the whole band. That must be so cool to see.
oh yeah, oh yeah. And to make matters worse, he's got a dance floor, and on the dance floor, he rigged a skeleton that he put like in these b-boy clothes, and the he's got like a, I don't know what kind of mechanism it is. It's definitely not a reindeer motor because that's be strong, but he's
Yep.
doing a break dance spin.
Oh, get out of here! That's awesome.
Yeah, I kid you not. If I find it, I'll send it to you. It's
Yeah, for sure. We check that out. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just do like I said, we just have the laser, like the changing laser effects with the fog, and the kids love that. You know, they think it's cool. So having the DJ there will just give it something else. You know, a focal point for it. We get some more. Gareth said, when I was a kid, we had nothing for Halloween. I guess we do not need the decorations. We never really put out Halloween decorations either at my house growing up. I think we put something on the door, maybe. You know, like my mom might put a Halloween decoration on the door or something hanging, but that was it. I guess, and that was a documentary about Ben Cooper. It's on Tubi. He said we should.
That's cool.
He says it's a great film. You should all look for it. So yes, that was the one, Gareth, for sure.
Yep, I'll definitely do that. Those masks that cut your face.
Right. But really, like, they really kind of revolutionized the industry and bringing in all the different IPs and everything. Like, you had Star Wars, you had He-Man, you had all, like, everything you could think of. They had it, you know.
Yep.
So it definitely changed it from the generic witch and Dracula to, like, I can be anything I'm into now. I mean, it was cool. Definitely very cool. And Willie says, I used to have no trick-or-treaters. I started decorating in 2020 and doing a backyard walkthrough. I had 532 visitors, adults and kids, last year. So that's awesome, Willie.
That's awesome.
Great.
That's a good amount of traffic, boy. You feel it after a while.
For sure. Now, Willie, do you do multiple nights for your walkthrough? Is it just Halloween? Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're doing? Give me some ideas to ponder what I should do. But yeah, I think like our big thing is this year we're probably going to try to do the school party and then the separate party again. There's always like family and friends that want to come. We tried that one year and the family and friend party kind of fizzled. Not as many people came. Everyone said they wanted to come, but then they couldn't make it.
Yep.
We might try it again because there's still like a ton of people that, you know, we show pictures to and like, oh, I want to see that. I want to check it out. And so we maybe will do more if Willie can convince me, right? Give me some more, Willie. Feed it to me. Then we might go that direction, at least maybe for one weekend and just see if we get anything. I know there's that app that people have that you can see the different home haunts and stuff.
Fright Maps.
Fright Maps, yeah.
I'm going to plug it right now. Fright Maps is crazy because I'm a big proponent of home haunting. I feel like, and I think it provides a medium for people out there who have a large family. They're not going to be able to. Haunts are expensive, man. The average median ticket to go to a haunted event is about $50, for a good production.
Right.
And you're probably going to want a fast pass unless you want to stand in line for 3 or 4 hours. So you're going to spend probably $80, 70 to $80 a ticket. And if you've got a family of 6, that hurts, So
I think you're probably getting food or merchandise or something. So you're easily dropping over 500,
Easy, So I think home haunting, and as crazy and as elaborate as home haunting is getting now, it's funny. One thing I noticed on the Transworld floor is you're starting to see these vendors recognize the buying power of home haunters across the board.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like they're no longer ignoring home haunters, because at one point Transworld was a closed show. It was only for professional haunters,
Right.
and you have to show your business license and all that stuff. But they're making so much money off of home haunters. Distortions was probably the first company to realize, hey, dude, this is a market. We can't ignore this market. These guys are commanding a good dollar amount of business from us. So and as home haunting evolves, I think it provides a, and most of these people, nobody's making money off of this. We are all just passionate, insane people that want to do something for our community,
Right.
So Fright Maps, I think, is a good resource for people you can have a night of going around and checking out home haunts, and pulling up the map, whatever neighborhood you're in, find out what's next to you. So,
Yep.
But if you're not on it, get on it. It's free. So,
Right. So that's what we would probably do. If we open up, we'll put it on there and then hope some people check us out.
Yep.
There's one that's about maybe like 12 minutes down the road that we get to see when we finish trick-or-treating, driving back there, it's still open. We're like, oh, we got to go check it out. And that was cool. They did it through the backyard, so they kind of had path, and you walk through, and they had a couple of scare actors, and they had one scene that was great. You can go in and sit down, and they had the screen. It's a small room that they boxed off, and they were showing a scene from The Ring, and so of course at the end she comes through the screen and then it comes at you. Well, it was super awesome. Cool. So we knew what's coming, awesome. Right? So we brought the kids in, and Solomon and his friend, we had taken trick or treating, and we're sitting there. So Solomon's sitting with Alana, they're sitting right in the front, and then Derek was sitting on the other side. I was behind him. I'm just sitting there, just oh, I can't wait, because I could see the side of the screen. I knew it was coming. When she came out, I still jumped even when she came out, because it just it was so fast, but it was awesome.
Yeah. Sometimes the build up of that anticipation is even more killer than the actual scares. So.
Right. If you hear a girl screaming, it's probably just Scare Dad.
That's awesome. I love it. I got a fun question for everybody. Because it sounds. I know we got a lot of home haunters out there in the chat room. Has anybody had this happen? You have a prop that you absolutely hate, but your audience loves it. And if so, what is it?
Cool, that's a good one. Do I have anything I absolutely hate? I gotta think about that one. I don't know. I don't know if I've been doing it long enough to hate something yet.
Okay, I'll start off. Go for it. I got one. So the Home Depot Immortal Werewolf. Anybody who has that and you have to put it together.
Yes, putting it together. Yes.
I wanted to jump off of a building, having to deal with this. This thing was not designed well. It was an absolute nightmare putting it together. Me and my wife almost had a divorce over this doggone thing. It was terrible, right? So I hated that prop. And when I broke it down the next year, we tried to put it together the next year, and I was like, I can't deal with this. I was like, I can't. I got other stuff to do. I can't deal with this. And we sold it, and I got nothing but vitriol from people. Where is the werewolf? Where is the werewolf? My son loved that werewolf. Where is the werewolf? And I'm like, I got all this new stuff here, and you're asking about this werewolf.
To be fair, I've had nightmares about putting that thing together. I won't even attempt it unless I get 3 other people to help me. It's usually me, Alana, and then 2 other people, because it just you got your hands in this weird angle, but someone else has to hold the weight of it up, and whoever designed that there's a place in hell waiting for you, because that thing is awful to put together. But again,
all these gippy legs together.
People do like it. So the problem is I don't hate the prop yet, but I hate that. So I totally understand where you're coming from, because every year I'm just okay, here we go. Awful.
Yep.
But we got a bunch of comments, so let's see. I don't know if any of them about that, but let's get caught up quick. I know to go with that, though, I know Halloween Dan has said that his banjo playing skeletons is one of the props that he's so sick of, but people still like it.
Yep.
I think he said he's done with it this year, but and I can see that. Anything that's super repetitive nonstop that you just hear constantly would probably drive me nuts.
Yep.
But again, everything's kind of far enough from my house that I don't have that happening. So what do we have? What did we do last year? All right. So now Willie said they used to have no trick or no, we did that part. But he said 5:32 on Halloween. I do 1 or 2 nights for family, and I just jumped family and friends. I think he said. Hold on, come back. Yeah. So 532 just on Halloween. That's awesome. That's great.
That's crazy. That's awesome. That's a great night. That's a great night.
That's like getting into like smaller professional hot levels now. I mean, you're nailing it. There's 1 or 2 nights for family and friends. So that'd be kind of maybe like what we would do. We'd have our parties, like our 2 big parties, and then maybe just open it up for that one Halloween weekend. I probably would do, if I did Halloween, I would probably maybe do the Saturday also, the November 1st, just because it's right there. I don't know. We'll see. But you got me thinking, Willie. You got me thinking. We got Gareth said, haven't had trick-or-treaters in over 10 years. Parents are so lazy they drive around and stop at entirely random houses. The kids are lucky to get 12 candies. I've seen some of that, parents driving kids around, and that kind of irks me. I'm not going to lie. Like, first of all, your kids are about to eat a ton of candy. Let them get the exercise, right? Let's burn off. Let's kind of go into that. You're burning off some of the sugar because they're chowing down when they get home.
Secondly, work for that Butterfinger.
And part of it, that's part of the experience, right? Walking from one house to the other, and this house doesn't have a layout. Oh, but this one does. Oh, they have some decorations. Like driving around, just I don't know. I guess if it was like pouring rain out and you wanted your kid to still have Halloween, okay, I can make an exception there. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on the whole driving around thing?
I'm split into 2 different mindsets. Because I'm a parent too as well. And I know our world has changed. It's not like what it was when we were growing up. I mean, hell, kids, the most dangerous thing that was happening when we were growing up is you were worried about apples with razor blades in them. That was, that was the big thing, for us. But now you've got like a whole new level of stuff, Speaking of which, I'm going to go off topic here and go complete random. Sorry.
We got plenty of time to go for it.
Yeah, complete random. But I saw this T-shirt, and it's based on an old Saturday Night Live skit, and it says, "What do you do when you see a van pull up and it says free candy? You get in that van." Don't do that, kids. Don't do that, kids. But I thought that I want to get that shirt. But that's no, funny. I think it is scarier out there now for parents because people are just crazy. They're unhinged, nowadays. So I do understand that. But at the same time, I do think in a certain neighborhood, you can get a vibe right away. Like when you come into our neighborhood, kids are walking around and they literally, at some point, people are just walking throughout the streets because there's so many kids. And I think at that point, all right, find a good parking spot and let them walk this area and just keep an eye on them. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously don't let them walk 5 miles away from you and out of your vantage point, but they're safe to go around the houses. Parents are out in the driveway. They got bonfires going. Everybody's out there and everybody's got their eyes open. If you're in an area like that, I think you can kind of relax a little bit, but yeah. So.
All right. Let's see. What else do we have? Robert's here. Robert, how you doing? He said, I used to be a Halloween decorator until I saw the documentary, The American Scream. Then I knew I wanted to be a home haunter, and that was when I was in high school. So see, you knew right away that you wanted to get into it. I started this late. I didn't start until my 40s, so. Robert's doing some cool stuff too, right? It's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And let's see, Willie says.
How's that castle coming along, Robert?
Right? Yeah, I was so impressed seeing that Robert had started so early and was just building on. I'm just like, damn, like I feel so, I don't know, lazy now or something. I hadn't even thought about starting yet. He's already like building. So very cool. Very cool.
And yeah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Robert. I think you're in California, that's actually home for me. That's a hometown. But Cal haunts that area. California is kind of a different beast because there isn't a strong economy for pro hunts, even though there are some out there. California is driven by home hunts.
Really?
They've got like legendary home hunts, like look up Rotten Apple, our Corona hunt, our Pirates Cove. Some of these hunts are like literally professional level, you know, like where you're just like, holy crap, man. So yeah, that's a great area. A lot of people, that's what they do. They get out for a weekend and drive around and hit home hunts, you know. I would like to see that, in more areas, but yeah.
It's probably because everything's so expensive out there for property that it'd be really hard to maybe get a professional hunt to thrive, and that's where you can do the home hunting, you know?
Well, and you got Universal out there, and you got Not Scary Farm too. So those are the two big rulers of the roost. Everybody's trying to get the crumbs from them, you know, but they really command a lot of traffic, you know. So, but
for sure.
Yep.
Willie says, I don't really advertise because I don't like to get too many people. I just want a steady flow. That's cool. Yeah, I get that. I always worry too. Well, part of me is like, well, what happens if somebody falls and gets hurt on my property? And is that an issue? And then secondly, it's like, oh, because I live out in the woods, it's saying, get some asshole's going to sneak in the middle of the night and just smash things just because they can, because no one's around, you know?
Yep.
So I don't know.
We had some drama with that.
Yeah, I know you did. You had
Yep.
issues at your house.
Yep. So just a tip though, home hunters, if you're doing a walkthrough, and I try to tell this to a lot of people, obviously safety is an issue. You want to be careful with safety because, you know, none of us want to bring a bad light on this industry, but at the same time, your insurance, your homeowner's insurance, bump it up. You could tell your insurance company, don't tell them I'm doing a home hunt. Don't do that. Just say I have a display and I'll have visitors, you know, stopping through, and I just want to increase my coverage for that time. You can do it for a limited amount of time and just increase your coverage and liability for that period of time. You know, heck, it's just for like what, you know, a week or so, if that, you know. But yeah, it's definitely worth doing. So you have a little bit more protection if that does happen. Somebody trips and things of that nature, you know.
That's good to know. So see, that's one of the issues I had. So now you guys are convincing me. Maybe I do it. I don't know. What else do we have? Oh my God, there's so many comments now. We got to catch up. All right. We did Robert. We just did Willie's there. Gareth said, I can respect that. Home hunting is more challenging and more satisfying. For sure. It's definitely challenging, but it's very satisfying. You know, when people come up and be like, oh, I can't believe you did this. I thought this was real wood and stuff. And, you know, checking out the pirate, which to me, the pirate ship was like pretty elementary level for what I've seen from other people doing, you know. But from someone who doesn't do anything, they come up and it's like, oh, this is amazing. So it's very satisfying getting that, you know. So I agree. Let me get caught up here. Willie said, I agree. I hate the Home Depot werewolf and stopped using it. So see, there's another one. The thing is awful. I wish it didn't look as cool as it does because it is pretty cool, but god damn, the thing is awful together. Gareth said, if you hear a girl screaming, it's probably scared dad. Boy, it's awesome. That's funny. But I will say, my son got the same girl scream from me, so. First name said, I always regretted not getting that werewolf, but now I don't feel so bad. You know what?
No.
If you want to drive to Rhode Island, you want a werewolf, you let me know.
Don't do that to him. Don't do it.
Right? Yeah, we'll still keep it for a few more years at least. Like the kids do like it, and it's kind of impressive, but
yeah,
I don't know. I can see myself in a few more years saying, all right, I'm done. I don't want to do this again. Robert says, yes, I'm in the Los Angeles area of California. The castle is almost done. Right now I'm working on the pumpkin swamp just outside the castle.
Awesome.
I can't wait to see this walkthrough. Make sure you get just a really good walkthrough. Do like one. I always like when you get like one walkthrough that's like real time what people are seeing, and then a second walkthrough that's like showing all the details. You know,
Yep.
Because I feel like sometimes it's like when people show too many details in the full walkthrough, it's like, all right, now I'm not getting the effect of the haunt, right? But then I think also like I want to see the details, right? So I kind of want to see both. Sometimes that's good, why they do the daytime and nighttime too, right? You get to see that.
Yeah.
But I can't wait to see Roberts. That's going to be awesome. And then Gareth was saying to at first name, I guess that is why growing old is not so bad. It reminds us that we can't get everything in life we want.
True.
I won't say that yet. I still want to try and get everything, but I just my level of failure increases every year.
I love that. I love
Right?
that.
I think what you hopefully what you realize is what you wanted before isn't really what you want now.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And that's what I find with life, right? Like things I thought were important before are just like, that doesn't really mean anything. But these 8-foot giant plastic action figures that I get, that's awesome.
Yeah, right. Priorities.
Right?
Priorities.
It's like I didn't grow up, my toys just got bigger and more expensive.
Yep. My son likes to throw that in my face.
Right? But for me, it's what the reason I love Halloween, I talked about in the video you sent my way, is that for me, I just like the idea of that escapism, right? Where you're enveloped in this other world. So for a little bit, it's like, oh, I'm not thinking like I have to go to work tomorrow and sit in my office and do this. Like for a minute, I'm in this other place and I am there. It feels like I'm there. I'm having this experience. And yeah, that's what I think is cool about Disney and Universal. Like you can step into places and the queue lines, like I'm in a different world. And a home haunting and haunted houses is like that to the next level, right? It's like you're in it for the next, whether it's 5 minutes at a home haunt or a half hour at a professional haunt, like you're in this other world and you kind of forget everything else and you're just there. And that's what I love for me. It's like just that escapism,
It's the best kind of dopamine there is. That's why it's the greatest holiday.
Right? For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No stress about like Christmas is fun, but there's too much stress with the gifts and the money and all that. Like Halloween, you can do as little or as much as you want. No one's going to judge you for it. I mean, people probably judge you, but I don't talk to those people, so it doesn't matter.
Right. And it's crazy. You know what I think about? Like Christmas can be like, if you've gone through something traumatic, Christmas can be like almost like repicking and reopening a wound. You know what I mean? Like it's tough. The thing about Halloween is no matter what you've gone through, it is like you said, it's that escape. You're not thinking about those things anymore. Now, I guess if you share Halloween with someone and something happens, you suffer a loss or things of that nature. I've seen that happen. As a matter of fact, I've had friends that go, I don't want to do this anymore. And I could see that. But for the most part, it's the best escape ever. And it's actual pure dopamine. People, like I said, I've had neighbors who don't talk to each other, and then they show up at our home hunt. And they're like, and then next thing you know, they're friends now. You know what I mean? I'm like, you guys would have never met if you weren't here doing something that made you get out of your box, So I think it's awesome. You know what I mean? I agree. Totally love that. Yep. So.
Yeah, I do have the sad stories. So the very first year we did our haunt was like this tiny thing in the garage, a few skeletons, a couple of projections. Kids were in kindergarten. But the next year I said, we want to do it outside. We don't want people in the house. And we had seen people selling a Halloween collection. And when we got there, the wife pulled aside and said, like, hey, our son killed himself. And he used to do it with the dad. And it was like this whole thing. Sorry, I get emotional just thinking about it because
that's why
we tried to stay in touch with them for a while. So we bought the stuff off of them. And I always said, like, hey, why don't you come down and see how it's used and all that. And, they always said, like, oh, well, maybe this year we'll see. And they never did. And now they don't really even respond when I send it. But I still invite them every year just in case. But so you do get some of that where it's like, that was the thing they did together. So now it's like, it's hard. But we get a lot more of what you're talking about, where people like when they have the school parties, families that kids go to school together, but they would have never talked, and now they're friends and they're hanging out because they met at a Halloween party. Like that's awesome. That's cool.
Yep. I think it clicked for me during COVID when we were doing it. That was when we started doing the walkthrough for the first time, and and I had at least 3 or 4 different people walk up to me. One lady walked up and just gave me a hug, and she
Really?
goes, "I really needed this. This has been a rough year. I've lost family. It's just been a rough year, and thank you for doing this." And that's when the light turned on for me. Like, oh my God, I'm doing more than just putting some decorations out.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was like, holy crap, I didn't realize it was that serious for some people, but it really is. So that every year after that just renewed my motivation, besides the fact that, we're trying to collect for charity as well. But
Right.
I feel like, wow, this is a win because, like I said, you're making memories for people. And, if this is the only time a year where people cut off whatever's bothering them, then so be it. So be it.
Exactly.
So,
for sure.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think we got. There's a big difference between what we like and what we need. Absolutely, for sure.
Amen.
I definitely agree with that.
Amen.
Said, oh, geez, that's quite the story. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, that's the thing. So it's weird thinking like I really got into the whole Halloween decorating because of people getting out that way, but at least.
Yeah.
In some way, what they love moves on, right? Even if they're like they can't do it, it's still there, and other people love it. So,
and you're carrying that torch for them. You're
Yep.
carrying that torch for them, man, which is awesome.
Sure.
So it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
But
I always get so caught up when I hear something like that. I think like, oh my God, how would I feel in that moment? And so I get myself so emotionally attached to other people's stories because I'm just like I feel it, like being there and like, so the mother was like telling us on the side and the father was kind of like, didn't know she was doing it. So it was kind of like this weird thing where like, she just wanted to be like, hey, just so you know, this is what he's going through. And so it was a weird situation because like on one hand, it's like, offering you money to take stuff that I know you kind of love and you don't really want to give up, but you just can't go on with it.
right.
The father pulled me aside and it's like, hey, I bought this for this year. It's a brand new one. My wife doesn't know I bought it. He's like, I'll sell it to you for half price, and I paid him full price. I'm like, I'm not gonna take that from you. Like, that feels dirty, But
absolutely.
So get the wife telling us what happened on one side, the husband's telling me he bought this other one that the wife doesn't know about. It was crazy, but like I said, it gets to live on in a different way, and tons of people have seen it, which is great. Even though it's just a party, like I said, we've had hundreds of people come through just the party. So,
yep, it's kind of cool. I thought something I thought was really cool. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Glenn from Roosevelt Cemetery.
Yep.
I thought it was really neat because he makes a lot of his own tombstones too as well, and he's got some other tombstones. But I noticed he actually did tributes to people and loved ones in his cemetery, which I was like,
that's cool.
I never thought about that, but I was like, that's actually pretty cool, So
that is cool.
So yeah, but yeah, it's neat. Like I said, I don't think there's, you hit it on the head. I don't think there's another holiday that allows you to really have this kind of an impact. You know what I mean? We think of it during Christmas as a time of giving, but I've found more nastiness in Christmas. I ran into way more nastiness.
there's like major stores and shopping areas I just won't go to at Christmas because it'll make me hate the season. Like,
yeah.
I don't want to go down this road. People are driving like crazy. People are cutting each other off and like, nope.
Yep. You've seen plenty of Black Friday video to already know people get trampled. You're like, whoa.
People are dying over Christmas gifts. I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has trampled anybody over a Home Depot release. At least not yet. Guys don't. So far we've been.
That's why we did the online one, right? It's pretty safe. We're good here.
You may virtually be trampled, but that's it.
Right. Exactly. Still nothing yet. I am checking, but 2:30. So we're getting closer. We're getting there.
2:30 and all's well.
So Robert says, what methods do you guys use not to get burned out from Halloween? Well, I think, David, you already were telling us, and I don't think Robert was there then, but you actually take some time off. You did a smaller haunt last year. You didn't do the walkthrough. You had the display.
Yep.
And then next year you're planning on taking it off completely.
Yep.
So talk about that a bit more.
Yeah, well, I think it's so we've been at it since 2019. I think we've gone straight, haven't had a break, and with us doing the YouTube channel too as well, this takes up a good chunk of our free time. So
and not just this channel. Jamie has her own channel as well.
she does too. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So
You gonna
and then I had the bright idea to start doing interviews.
You got to pitch it. You got to pitch your channel. Give her the name. Loving all seasons.
Jamie loving all seasons. So if you have a significant other that loves home decorating and store shop with me, that's Jamie loving all seasons. That's what she does. And she does a great job of it. She's the one that pushed me to do this. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. So
thank you, Jamie. I know you're sleeping. I did say, he's like, oh, do you want to join us? Dave was like, I think she's going to go to bed probably.
She's like, I'm going to sleep. And then she turned around and looked at me and goes, nerd. No, but no, I think there has to be a healthy balance because I enjoy this holiday too. And I was telling her, like, after last year was kind of a stressful year for us. Even though we scaled back, we still went through some crazy stuff between dealing with weather, and we had not necessarily a home break-in, but we had some people that were, not using all factors of common sense and did some stupid stuff. We had to deal with that. And, that stuff can burn you out. But sure. I remember looking at Jamie and going, hey, you know what? I just want a time to be a fan. You know what I mean? It's like,
yep.
I want to be able to go enjoy some stuff and not have to deal with going, I got to go worry about this. Because once you do a home hunt, you guys all know that's like a ball and chain wrapped around your ankle. You can't just leave now. You got to stay home because you don't want people rifling through your stuff, So, it really kind of, restricts what you're able to do. So next year we're taking it off. We're going to go travel, see some stuff, enjoy some stuff, get some new fresh inspiration, and I know it's going to kill me. It's going to kill me because I'm going to watch videos and I'll be like, I want to get back to it. But at the same time, I'm going to go stand in line and hunt at Overload and go, this is awesome.
I hope to be there with you. So
yeah, right.
So yeah, I think for me, it's especially with the YouTube channel. I think that makes it even more stressful than just the home haunting. I find the home haunting is like the kind of fun pressure where it's like, well, how much can I get done in time? But then in the back of my mind, like, I haven't been filming me building the haunt. I'm going to show what I built. Kind of like you do, Robert. Like, you build it and then you show it. Because for me, it's like, if I have to go set up a camera, mic myself up every time I go work on the haunt, then I'm going to not only hate working on the haunt, it's never going to get done. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, mad props to all the people that can do that for everything. God bless you, because I just don't have that in me. I don't, I want to build it, just focus on that, not be worried about the camera. I want to be able to make all my stupid mistakes, fix them off camera, then show you and be like, here you go. I don't mind talking about my mistakes, but it's a lot for people that just set up everything and then build and all that. God bless you. I can't do that.
Right.
But yeah, I think there'll definitely be a time where I want to take some time off, and maybe it's when my son's done with elementary school. Right, we've had the party every year, so maybe in a couple of years I say, you know what, we're going to step back or do something different. Or I think I'd love to get more involved in professional hunting too. Like, I've done a little bit of work for Jay at the Haunted Gallows, but that was stressful too because they're 45 minutes away out.
Oh,
like,
man.
I'm in nowhere. They're really in nowhere. And so to go work on stuff, it's like I work on it, and then all of a sudden I realize, like, oh, I didn't know I needed this tool, but now I realize I need it. Well, now it's a whole nother trip because it'd be 45 minutes there, 45 back again. I'm not doing an hour and a half just to come back and work on it. So that was stressful, and then even he says, like, oh, it's like it's tough sometimes when something stops working that you're not here to come and fix it. You know what I mean? It's just like, I got my own thing at home. I can't be there. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't the last 2 years I've helped them out at the haunt, but I actually haven't seen the haunt because when it's running, I got to run back and do my own stuff, Yep. So I could definitely see it could be a lot, for sure. And I think you got to know what's healthy for you, and how much joy do you get from the building of it. And like I get a lot of satisfaction even now just walking outside and sitting in this empty frame, right, and being like, oh yeah, this feels good. Like I get joy out of that, right? If it gets to the point where I walk out there and be like, I hate this effing thing, like then it's time to step away. You know what I mean?
Not today,
right?
Yep. It's kind of funny. I was talking with Chris Baker from Huntcast, and we were talking about how like you have this moment where you're like, am I insane? Why am I doing this? This is crazy. Right. I'm out here. I'm by myself. I'm building. Like, have I lost my mind? Like, I could be relaxing, and then all of a sudden you get something that you had visualized, and it comes out the way you thought, and it almost is like a surge of adrenaline. Yeah. Because all of a sudden your vision is now starting to actually come to fruition, and you're like, oh, that's it. And it's funny. That's like, almost think of, what is that, Mario Kart, where you hit the little arrow and it makes you go turbo? That's kind of what that's like. You have that moment where you're just like frustrated, and then all of a sudden you have this aha moment where something just comes out just right, and you're like, oh my God, this is exactly the way I wanted it to look. And now you just go crazy. And that's when Jamie's going, come back in the house. It's 12 o'clock. I'm like, I'm almost done. I got a headlamp on. Right.
I know.
But yeah.
to help avoid some of that, like this past couple of years, we're doing it in the driveway, but before that, we did the path out in the back. And I remember being outside in the middle of like 1 o'clock at night, and I just hear like wolves howling, like not that far away, and now I hear something moving in the woods like 10 feet away from me. I'm just like, maybe it's time to go inside. I don't know. Even when I went to the Haunted Gallows to do work, I was there by myself one day, and I could hear the wolves here, then the wolves calling over there. Coyotes, I think it was that. It was coyotes. I don't know why I'm saying wolves. Definitely it was coyotes. But I'm saying to listen, I'm just like, they're talking to each other. And they can hear me, and I'm the only one here. So, like, luckily I was kind of like inside a little building they had, so I was safe enough. I was just like, yeah, I don't know if I want to be out here alone, like, later at night, probably.
Oh, yeah. Jamie freaks out because she helps me build a path every year. Yep. And once we started getting the corn stalks up, once those corn stalks are up, it's a game changer. Because at night, you could hear them swaying in the wind, and there's real corn in there. So corn's dropping. So we get critters every once in a while. Like little chipmunks or raccoons or squirrels, and they start scuttering through the trail. And Jamie will be like, don't you leave me out here. Don't you leave me out here.
Yeah, because all of a sudden there's like a shadow runs by out of the corner of your eye. You catch it. You see the corn stalks moving, and you're just like, uh-oh. I
was like, you've done a good job if you're creeping yourself out. That's a good. You're
absolutely right. They're joking about that last year, saying like, maybe having the coyotes out there would make it scarier, right? Like,
yeah, no doubt.
Go through the woods, all of a sudden you see the coyote. We have one it's the size of a big dog. Like it's huge.
Yeah.
It was just like we saw it the other day. I was just like, damn, that thing is scary. That could pick me up if it wanted. Well, maybe not me, but a normal size human it could pick up for sure.
Oh, and, yeah. I don't know if you have the same thing, but I've heard this happen in a lot of different states where coyotes and wolves were breeding. They call them super coyotes. They were breeding.
Oh, really?
End up with a bigger coyote.
Maybe that's what we got. This thing's big. Yeah. It's huge.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, for sure. And it was like
we brought in real coyotes for authenticity. Enjoy the hunt.
Right. For sure. Yeah. I mean, my thought is, right, with enough noise, they'd probably be scared away and not come near. But still, I still got to be out there alone building it, and I don't know about that. So I'm very happy being in my driveway and not out in the backwoods right now.
I was laughing. One year we actually had a couple of crows that were coming and hanging out, and I was just like, nice. Can you guys stay for tonight? Like, can you just stay?
Right?
I'll give you all the corn you want. I just need you to stay. They left.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
They're like, we're busy. We got stuff to do, man.
Yeah. We got a few more comments here. Let's see. We got Gareth says, people need Halloween as much as they need Christmas. They are about life and death, to love life and not fear death. There you go.
Yep. Love it.
Perfect.
Love it.
I do. That's a great way of saying it.
Yep.
Jerry said, we see 3,000 in one night. It's all about the people. We love it. Damn, Jerry.
There are no breaks there that night. There are no breaks.
So is it, do you just do it Halloween night, Jerry, or that's crazy? 3,000 people? That's better than some professional haunts are doing.
Oh, that's wild.
That's like the
most. I think the most we saw was maybe 1,100 one night, and that night was crazy. I remember I had some of the volunteers coming up, going, "Can I take a break?"
No, get back in there.
You want your pizza later?
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. Damn, Jerry, that's great. And Gary said, that is extraordinary, Jerry.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's awesome.
Yep.
I can't even fathom 3,000 people coming through.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. Wow.
That's probably what I see for the whole weekend. Maybe if I'm lucky.
Right.
Maybe I'll see that all cumulative,
Yep.
But yeah.
Does that do you just do the one weekend when you do yours?
What'd you say?
Do you just do the one weekend for yours?
Yeah, we just do. Yeah, we just do 3 days. We normally do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that one year where we had the 1,100, that was because one of the local radio stations came out and literally the DJ drove by. I didn't even know who he was. And he was asking me more questions about what we were doing. And I said, "Hey, are you coming by tonight?" And he goes, "Nope." And then he just drove away. And I was like, that was weird. And Jamie was like, "You know who that was?" I was like, "I have no idea who that was." And she goes, he does a country western radio station. It's a big station out here. And next thing you know, we had a bunch of people show up, and I always have our Q line folks ask, how did you hear about us? And a lot of people were like, "Oh, we're listening to KDJ or whatever, and I was like, "Oh, wow." So he pumped it, and that's awesome. Where we got all the traffic from that one year. So it's never kind of happened like that before. It's very staggered out now. So yeah,
that's crazy.
$3,000 is that's crazy talk.
That's insane right there.
Yeah.
That's awesome though. Good for you, Jerry.
Yeah.
Good for you to be able to handle that.
I was gonna say we need some tips. How do you process 3,000 people when it comes to actors? Is it a display? Is it a walkthrough? What are you doing? I'm curious.
Yeah. Give us more, Jerry. We need to know more.
Yes. You can't tease us like that.
And I think there's a slight delay too, so Jerry might have already typed it in, and as soon as we see it, we will get to it. So can you give us some more? But yeah, I think it's exciting just to have people share in there, right? And just to see like what people get at, because everyone gets something different, some people will love a certain type of prop, and someone else loves being scared, and other people don't like being scared necessarily, but they like the lighting and the feeling and the fog and all that. Yeah, I think it's awesome just being able to cater to a little bit of everything, right?
Yep. You guys could probably attest to this. I feel like we scare more parents than we do kids.
That's probably true. I've
had a few kids get ran off. Their parents ran off and left their kids in the trail. I'm like, your kids are still in there.
Right? That's funny. You got to count how many are going in, how many are coming out. I will say last year I had a few coworkers came, and when they went through the haunt, I heard more screaming from them than I heard from the kids. I had this one kid, he was from our scout group, and the little kindergartner, and he walks up to me. He's like, "I'm going to go in the haunted house." I'm like, "All right, do you want to wait for your dad or for some other kids to go through?" No, I'm not scared. You walk through, no problems at all. Other people, things are jumping out at him. Mr. Dark's jumping. They're all screaming. This little Artemis, he's just going through like, oh. It was awesome. It was funny awesome. Too, because he was we had this like inflatable limbo thing, and it basically just turned into swords for people to hit each other with. They came apart, and the kids are just whacking each other. But little Artemis is out there. He's all these big kids. He's just whacking the crap out of them. It's funny. He makes me laugh.
One of our really good friends, they come out and help us out every year. But I had him in a gully suit. I never know how to pronounce that. Gilly. I don't know what you say. But I had him in a whatever you call it suit.
That suit.
Yeah. He was in the corn. And man, he got this lady really good, really good. And she freaked out and she stopped. She goes, "Oh my God, you scared the crap out of me." She goes, "Oh my God, give me a hug." And he gives her a hug. He gives her a hug. And then she proceeds to tell him later, I may have tinkled on myself a little bit. I'm like, wait, you tell me that after?
After you hug me? That's awesome.
So he told me, he goes, "You may want to wash that ghillie suit." Oh, man.
It's funny. I have mixed feelings about those suits because on one hand, they're awesome to get that jump scare.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, after you get the jump scare, then it's kind of just like, oh yeah, it's this guy just sitting in a suit. You know what I mean? Like it's a good scare, but then I think sometimes it's like, if they don't like reset right away, it's kind of like, well, that was it's like, oh yeah, this guy sitting in the suit. So I think it's all about the actor who's doing it. If they can get the scare and then reset, so it's almost like appear and disappear. That's awesome. But some people some people come out and then they just kind of stand there afterwards. It's like, well, now you're just a dude in a suit. Like, So.
Doing your walkthrough, Nate, I'll tell you this, one thing that will probably help. We have walkies just for our own safety, security, because I've got minors that back there and I want to make sure they're okay. But we got walkies. We're always on walkies. And what we do is we control the crowd. So when people go through, they know they can't let that next party through until the first party is halfway through the trail. They have to get halfway through the trail, and we have somebody radios in and goes halfway through. Once they get that radio in, the next person goes. But we literally stop that queue line at the door, and it may bottleneck a little bit, but if you're seeing 500 people, you can handle that. It's usually probably like about 2-3 minutes before people make it to the halfway point, and then you release your next one. So that helps all of your guys reset, which really keeps your actors from getting overwhelmed. And then every once in a while we may do a shuffle, and we may stop everything for about 5 minutes, and if we need to switch people out just to get people a rest, because I wish I had makeup people, but we don't have makeup people, so everybody's wearing a mask, and after a while you're gonna be like, I need to breathe, man, let me get out of this for a minute. So but
for sure.
Yeah.
That's good. I think for ours, again, it's not like huge, right? So I'm probably gonna just do one group at a time and just really like go in when that family comes out, send the next one in. If I had a longer trail, I would probably do, like you said, halfway through or something like that. But just to give them time to reset, so it's not just the dude standing there or you're not catching the scare, knowing that it's coming up, right? So
gotta change your whole approach.
we got Jerry. He came back. He said, we started small, but after I got the T-Rex from Distortions, that thing's awesome.
Oh yeah,
it took off, and my wife almost killed me over the money I spent. Oh, you know what though? That's money well spent.
Hero.
That thing's a beast. But once you put something like that in your yard, it's like you've already upped the ante at this point. So that thing's amazing. So awesome. So I don't know. I think I don't know when I'll be able to dive into a full-on Distortion animatronic, like a $4,000 or $5,000 piece. And the T-Rex is probably more than that. I don't remember how much he was, but I want to get there. Like, I love Scarewolf. You got the Scarewolf legend in there, right? So,
well, this year I want to do and I've been wanting to do it for a while. I want to do Werewolf Alley. So this year I'm doing the Werewolf Alley because I got the other hulking werewolf. And then I got him, and then I've got some awesome werewolf masks. So then I'll just use my mannequins to kind of complete the cycle. And I want to have a whole alley of werewolves, you know what I mean, and just do that whole section. That was that's one of the things I'm hoping materializes. I got all these. It's like that shopping cart of all these things, and
right.
We'll see what I can actually afford when I get to the register. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully I can get them all done.
I want to definitely at some point do something werewolf themed, but I actually was thinking like I want to really do like the build up. So like you go in and there's like you got like the sign that's kind of got the claw marks, and then you got like the person that comes out. It's like, oh, my friend's lost in the woods. We're hearing sounds. We got to get out of here, and then build up to it. And I'd even like a scene where it's like you go into like this like mine shaft or something where you could hear the creature outside, and you hear like it's like scratching and coming at you and stuff shaking before you get to like the big reveal of the werewolf. I think they make a whole like they make a really good build up to it. But I don't know if I'll ever do that. It's something. It's one of those things. It's one of those 12 o'clock midnight ideas I write down. Like I can picture in my head how it would be.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. And I'm hoping I can pull this one off because the goal is, like I said, I'll have the werewolf static props. I'll have a mannequin. One of them will be an actor.
Yep. Perfect.
You know, so, and that's the goal. You know, we did that one year. I bought all these cloaks, and I brought a bunch of masks for Morse costumes. They were actually cool masks. These kind of, decaying face masks.
Okay.
And I put a bunch of mannequins out. All of them were wearing a cloak, and the hood came down, and they were all wearing that mask. And I had a real kind of subtle light, blue light over there. And then I had 6 mannequins and 2 actors.
Nice.
And they were all in that. And that was a row you had to walk down. You walked down this row, and there were these cloak figures on both sides of the row. So I knew. And the funny thing is, people, the minute they would get to the beginning of that row, they were already like walking slower. Like,
because they know someone's going to get me. Who is it? And that's when you're like looking at the feet, trying to see like, do the sneakers look different or something?
Yep.
Yep. I know.
I
was gonna say that's one thing is if you're doing something like that, you got to really make sure that you make the mannequins good. Like sometimes I see people and they square it off too much. It's like obviously looks different than a person. You got to get look just right so that the costume hangs the same. And that's one of the best scares out there because again, they're scared before they step in. They're already nervous, and so if you set up something like that, that must have been awesome.
Yep. And you the whole key is lighting. Lighting is everything.
Yes.
You throw a nice red light on there. People, if it's dark and you got a red light, people can't see. They really can't. They think they can see stuff and they're looking for detail, but that red light's gonna, how red lights do when you wash something, you lose detail.
Right.
So you can't really tell. And I put gloves on everything. The mannequins have gloves.
Well, exactly.
Gloves.
That's
you're
smart.
just like, I can't freaking tell, So during the day you can obviously tell, but at night it's a wrap.
That's good. That's a good tip though. Red light.
Yep.
Or something like that. I wouldn't even thought of that. So awesome. We got a little bit more from Jerry. He said, we started in September. We get the handicap seniors and the kid that can't do the lights. Halloween is the killer. So that's cool. So you start in September is awesome.
And you're putting us to shame. You're ADA compliant. You're putting us to shame. That's awesome. That is
awesome. I know mine's not really because I've got a regular door and that's only 32 inches and you give me 36. So right at the start of my thought, I'm not compliant.
Yep.
It's funny. I'll do Gareth's thing and I'll tell you about it. I met some people at a yard sale that are doing a haunt. I'll tell you that story. Let me get to Gareth first, though. Gareth said, props from Distortions and Beastcraft are more expensive than Spirit Halloween, to be sure, but you can rely on it that they will last in everything. Life quality is not cheap.
Yep.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The last, and I think, too, like I look at Distortions props, and you could put the Distortions witch out there, the static, in an scare actor, and until you get close, you're not going to know which one's coming at you.
Nope.
They're good enough. I think they're really good enough, especially if you put the red light trick on. Forget it. I mean, I think they look in the pictures. I look at them and say like, "Oh, damn, that looks pretty real. Like that's awesome." And that's in daylight, right? That's like they're just trying to show you the details, but like in real Halloween haunt lighting, forget it. You're not going to know the difference.
Yep.
So, and Robert says you're definitely going to pay for more quality, for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
But that's worth it. You know what I mean? Like that's where HalloweenCostumes.com charging, $500 for something. And you say, "Oh, I could get a Distortion static prop for $600."
And Marshall's like, "Bring them on over to us."
Right? For sure. So they're also like the nicest people. Like
they're great. They're great. They really are. Salt of the earth, as some of us say.
Right.
But yep.
No, absolutely amazing. So anyway, apparently my son was with our neighbor, and they saw a yard sale. So they stopped at the yard sale. There was something he wanted, so they came back, and then my neighbor taken said to my wife, "You have to go to this yard sale. Solomon really wants something." So Lana goes there, and they have a sign up that they're looking for scare actors. And so of course she goes up and asks them about it, and they're like, "Oh, they used to be home haunters, them and their neighbor, and then they, for the first time, they're actually doing a pro haunt." What happened was that this property came up for sale, and they were looking at it like, "Oh, that would be perfect for a haunted house." But so they went to mention it. They mentioned it to the neighbor, and he's like, "I just bought that property, and that's exactly what we're doing."
That's wild.
So they're not. So he's taking care of the expenses and everything, and they're just volunteering their time to help build it. And basically, what they kind of did was like different people get different rooms. So it's Carver's Curse. And a business card somewhere around here. I should do a little plug for him.
Yeah.
Carver's Curse right here. New England's newest haunted attraction. They don't have any. I don't think they had the site up yet when they had these. But look for Carver's Curse.
You have to do a walkthrough for us, Nate.
Well, I talked to them, so she was into it. I said, "I'd love to come down and do something before you open, right?" It's like my channel is small, but it doesn't hurt to get some news out there, right? And then
Absolutely.
I said I would love to do an actual walkthrough as well, and even if I can't film the whole walkthrough, I would still like to go down and do it, and then do a reaction to it, right? But what's really cool is so each person's taking different rooms, and the rooms that Misty's the lady that I had spoken to, Missy. She said, I forget, they've got like a church room and something else. But seeing the pictures of it, like in her house, so Missy's husband is helping do stuff. The detail already that they've got in there is awesome. Like I was just like, damn, this is for a startup haunted house. Like they're killing it. So now it's not like an overarching theme, right? Because each person's kind of doing a room. So they said we're trying to set it up so that it makes sense. And
yeah.
But they said it's one of those haunts where like you go in and it's like you might start out in like the opening of the hotel room that goes into like the bar of the hotel, which then goes into like a room, and then slowly you're outside in the swamp, and what I mean, like goes through like that.
Switching things.
Right. But the level of detail is looking awesome. Like I'm amazed at what they've done already, and so we're in communication to so I can get down there and even I said like even if the owner won't let me film, if I can just because technically because the neighbor bought it, he's the owner, right? And they're just helping out, but so everything has to go through him. But even if I can't film stuff down there, like I still just want to go check it out. Like it sounds awesome, and just seeing like people again, they were home haunters, and it slowly built up, and then their neighbor did something too, and then the fact that they're like working together and making professional haunt is awesome. I think that's super cool.
That's once again, you highlighted another beauty about home haunters. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of funny. Like I love the history of this industry, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with Knott's Scary Farm, and I
mean, I know about them. I don't know the whole history, but
yeah. So it's okay. I'll send it to you. There's an actual documentary, and I recommend everybody check it out. It's the history of Knott's Scary Farm, which also gives you the history of sliding. Like sliders, everything. Yep. It was kind of funny how much of an impact that location had on the entire industry and country. Like, what they did was like, so anyway, because Knott's Berry Farm as a park in California, you've got like Magic Mountain, Disneyland, you got all these options, and Knott's Berry Farm was like the least of all of those, right? Yeah. But they figured out Halloween. And when they did, they became the best show in town, and nobody could compete with them even Universal couldn't for the longest time.
That's
Universal
crazy. That's nuts, right?
Yeah, Universal eventually started poaching people from Knott's, and that's how Universal started to grow their brand, which is kind of nuts. But a lot of those people who were in Knott's and originally launched that were home hunters. They were home hunters,
Wow.
And literally that's the story that keeps retelling itself. Haunted Overload, Eric Lothar was a home hunter who outgrew his neighborhood. He got to the point where his neighbors were like, "We love what you're doing, dude, but you've got a traffic jam starting out here.
Right.
You're like, interrupting the flow of traffic. People can't get out of their driveway." So obviously the next move is, okay, if I want to keep doing this, I've got to go pro.
Right.
So he was forced in it. So you have a lot of stories out there like that where guys just outgrew. That's kind of one of my nightmares because I don't want the responsibility of going pro. I don't want to grow up.
Right.
Yeah. You're forced to be responsible and grow up, and I don't want to do that. But I do get scared. Like, what happens if the footprint of this just gets unmanageable?
Right.
And now I got to deal with the city and get a permit and, deal with all this stuff now. It starts getting mad expensive. I've seen that happen. That's happening to Jennifer Dunahee, who we were just talking about, Storybrooke Hollow. She did the Great Fright Fight, and now she's like, "Dave, my traffic is out of control." She goes, "I hate it. It's like I've got hordes of people just showing up,
Right.
And so I was like, geez, I guess that's, you want that, but then it's like, be careful what you wish for.
Right. Now, would she ever go professional? Would she
She's
ever
thinking
do that?
about it. She's thinking about, like, because she's at that point now where I'm at a tipping point. I don't know if I can continue to sustain this. This is, she's already dealing with some neighbors who are starting to go sideways, so I think
Right.
she's at a point where that may be something to consider, and that's, I think that's the natural evolution of growth as,
Right.
Whatever you're doing starts to pick up popularity. God forbid the news comes by and does a show on you, because guess what? Once that happens, it's no turning back.
Right. For sure.
So, yeah. So, but
How often does she do hers? Do you know how much?
I think this year, and we're trying to get down there this year. I'm hoping we can get down there. She does all of October.
Okay.
I think she's doing all of every weekend. Yeah.
She's basically running a professional hunt now, just in her house.
Pretty much.
Right.
And dude, and her haunt's just gorgeous. It's like mind melting, man. So hopefully we can get down there and see it, because she's close to another pro haunt we really like, and they're good friends of ours at Nightmare Realm. So I think they're like about 45 minutes away. We'll try to double up and see both. So
Nice.
Hopefully we'll part of the so
That's awesome. Very cool.
yeah.
But yeah, I think. We get another comment. I would really like to work for Distortions in the future. This is Robert. I'm going to be passing on my resume at Midsummer Scream. I just love the haunt industry and the Halloween community. Hey, man, you go for it. You put your name out there and keep building stuff, and you either work for a great company or you'll start your own, right?
Hey, Robert, you can go work at Immortal. They're right there. My favorite mask maker of all time, Immortal. They are the goats when it comes to masks. Oh my God, the stuff that they do is mind blowing.
Oh, for sure.
Once again, you pay for it, but that's a mask that you're never gonna have anything that's gonna come remotely close to that. But Midsummer Scream, he just talked about it. I don't know if you're familiar with that show, but I'd say next Transworld and Midsummer Scream are the two shows throughout the year to go to. Both of them are like insane, but Midsummer Scream, I think, actually has a bigger footprint of people. Like,
really,
dude, it's you're dealing with California. That's the first thing you got to think about.
Right.
One of the most populated states in the country,
Yep.
and everybody and their mother's coming out to go to Midsummer Scream. Great show, and very home haunter friendly. Like, matter of fact, you have movie studios. One of the guys, Tim Fowler, who worked with the Farm Haunt, is actually working with Lionsgate to do some of the walkthroughs for Midsummer.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, how crazy is that, dude? You're working with movie studios.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Really cool.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get up to California for a show. Definitely got to get up to Transworld sometime. I know you had asked me this year, and I kind of thought about it, and just timing wasn't good, and the finances of it. It's like, you do a trip to Transworld, and that's like $2,000, and now I can't put towards the haunt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We're fortunate that we can drive it. We're fortunate that we can do that, so it helps. But
for sure, it'd be a big long drive from Rhode Island, probably. But
God, no, don't do that. But you got East Coast. East Coast is. The funny thing is, I feel like East Coast is like growing because Transworld has those 3 shows. They've got Midwest Hunters, they've got Transworld, and they've got East Coast.
Yep.
I kind of feel like the sun is setting on Midwest because Midwest is an older show.
Yep.
And everybody now is navigating over to East Coast. East Coast was like, it was big this year. I was like, holy moly.
I didn't get to go down this year, but I'll probably try to go again soon because I went to the first year and it was cool. It was really fun.
Yeah. It was bigger this year than it was a year prior, and it was great the first year. So I think that show's footprint is just growing now. It's not, they haven't in any way hit their potential at all. So it's going to continue to get bigger.
Yeah, I thought that's when I really realized the people in the haunt industry are the nicest people. Like you're down there, and there's literally fake body parts and bodies saying all this disgusting stuff, and everyone's the nicest people. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yep.
Whereas you go to you might go to some religious convention and you get assholes there, but people here are just they're just super super friendly, super awesome.
Great people. Yep. And I've always said we make the scariest things, but we got some of the greatest people.
Yep, for sure. No, they're awesome. It was great. It was a good time.
Yep.
So, yeah. How are we doing on? It's 3:00.
Yeah, all's well. So far, I haven't seen any changes on anything yet. It seems like every year they take it right to the opening point.
Yeah.
And every once in a while they may sneak in there on you. I remember one year. I think I told you about that. One year I fell asleep and woke back up at 6:30 and everything was gone. I was what happened?
I know, it's brutal. I made that mistake when I was first learning about stuff, and I was like, oh, they're doing the drop at 6:00 in the morning, and they get up at 6:00 in the morning. It's like, oh, the drop is 4:30. Sorry.
Yeah, I tell you what. I know I told you that my focus was a spider, and I do want that spider. I really do. But I said if there was a dark horse, if they drop the Murderous Maple, because I saw that it was possibly coming back.
It looked like it was coming back. Yeah.
I would possibly do that one and the new Hickory. I would put those with the distortion tree, and I think that would really help, flesh out a nice area with trees.
Yeah. I really like the new Hickory one too. I
don't like the face, but Jamie sold me on it. She goes, "Do you want them all to have the same face, Dave?" And I was like, you got a point there. I
love the crown type effect, and I think that the detailing on this cool. I actually leaning towards liking him more than the Murderous Maple now. I didn't at first because of the face thing. Yeah, maybe it's the newness too. I don't know. They're both super cool though.
The branches do look. I do like the way the branches are. They have a nice little flushed out branch.
Right. Which, that's what I really like about it.
Yeah. So then I definitely.
Would you get the sapling too to go the trifecta?
No. I mean, I'd probably think about that later, but I mean, and sapling's a good price, but the reason I thought about those two is because I can pair those with. I've got the spirit tree. I figure between the spirit tree, the distortions tree, if I get the maple and the hickory,
right,
you've got a whole nice little wood, area that you can kind of flush out. And plus I'll probably cut down some tree branches, here and there and make my own little, add on to it,
For sure.
So, that would be a dark horse, but I do want that spider, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm trying to see if I have a link for the Murderous Maple here.
I was trying to look and see if he had.
Right here. Here's the link. So currently the page is down, but they were told that he's coming back.
That's what I thought.
I can actually put that link through to you, so you've got it in the. Hold on. Is there a way I can? Oh, I can shape right here. Right,
awesome.
So there's the link for the Murderous Maple. So hopefully he'll be.
Man.
Yeah, but only if it comes out right. Right now it's an empty page. But.
Yep. If not, the spider is it. I mean, literally, that's my walking direction right now. That spider is I got him in my crosshairs because I told you that was another one of those props that I got rid of that people yelled at me about. The first spider that came out, man, the construction of that thing was absolutely terrible.
Really?
and literally the joints were just, I mean, I was, and I'm just sitting here trying to take the thing apart, and I am sweating bullets like, man, this damn thing is literally going to come apart. It's going to come apart right at the joint, and that was before a 3D printer. Like, a lot of people are now 3D printing the parts that they need, which that would have been great. But back then I'm sitting there going, man, I'm going to pull this thing apart and take it back to Home Depot. And I was literally, after the end of the season, I put it back in the box, ran it back over there, and I'm like, nope. I was like, this thing is coming apart. And then the next year, not the next year, but the year after, they leapfrogged. The year after that, they came out with the one that had the fur in the joints.
Yep.
And people were saying, hey, this one is constructed a little better. And I sat there and hem and hawed, and I didn't like it because they shrunk it down in size. I wasn't hot on that idea.
Yep.
But then I was like, you know what, I'll take it. And then it was gone. Sold out, couldn't find it. And it was like, great. So and then they didn't re-release it.
Right.
They didn't re-release it. And I was like, crap. They had a few online that were gone in like literally like within minutes.
Yep.
And so I was like, crap.
That was like,
so when I saw them drop this one, I was like, this is probably the nicest one they've done. Me and Jamie were split on it. She didn't like the color features, but I'm like, that's going to look great. I'm like, if we're doing blue lights or UV lights already, and it's got those crazy patterns, I think it's just going to look awesome.
I'm the same way. I feel like if you're using the UV light on the spider webs, they're glowing, and sometimes the spider disappears. Well, now he'll kind of stand out. The other thing is you can unplug the lights, right?
Yep.
You can disconnect it. If you don't want the lights on, you just want the big spider. You can still do that. So
yeah.
I don't see there's any loss there. You know what I mean? Like I really like the spider, and I've always wanted a big spider. It's never been the main part of my haunt, but I don't know. I'm thinking about this shit. I gotta decide what I'm getting because we're already at $315, and I still don't even know what I'm buying yet. So I'm leaning towards the spider for sure. Let me see. Where's my list right now? So
yeah, I like the sculpt on it so much better, and that's probably the best face they've ever done on a spider.
Yeah,
I like the color. Doesn't bother me at all. I
like the front really legs cool. are up in the air too.
Yep. Yep.
I think it's cool. I'm leaning towards just because I think it'll be really fun to play with the apps controlled Skelly. I think it'll be a fun toy. Again, I kind of can make my own stuff too, so I was like, should I get it? But I'll probably get it and play with it. For that price, I think it's not bad, the $280.
Right.
And then I do love Tumble the Troll.
Yeah, I know.
I love that.
We were talking about
it. I don't know what it is. I love that big troll, and I think he's a good price for an 8-foot prop.
He is.
You know?
And I think he's cool. He's definitely cool. I was, they got to, if I was doing a Twisted Fairy Tale, which I would love to do, I would definitely get Maleficent because she's freaking phenomenal. She's really cool. And those little pixies. I'd grab those dang on pixies like in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? And then the troll rounds you off right there. And then the dragon.
The wyvern.
You got everything you need right there.
And then you got to get the goblin from Distortions then, and then you're good.
Yeah. Yep, that would be awesome, man. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I think as much as I love the wyvern, and I do love the wyvern, I might be one where I just wait and see and be like, is there any chance that they'll have stock that will reach the half off price? I play this game with a few props every year where they release, and then I watch the numbers, and I see like the THD 3000 did that. He came out and it's like, I have no use really for a cyborg, but he's really cool. I would love to have him. I don't want to pay that price. But he wasn't like a super seller because not everyone wants a cyborg.
No, he was very niche.
So I just kept watching the numbers, and I said, I think he's going to make it to half off. And he did. He got the half off. I bought him. I turned him into a pirate for last year. Never used them because I'm an idiot. I do that. I make props every year. They never get used. So that's why this year I can use some of the props I made last year.
Right. There you go.
But
somebody on the Transworld floor, I forget the name of the company that it was. One of the companies did a lot of reworks, and they took that THD and they turned him into a Terminator.
Yes.
It was like, oh my gosh! I was like, that is freaking insane.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I saw the big spider thing that someone made too of them, and
yep.
um,
Yeah.
yeah, it was cool. Yeah, he was one of the first Home Depot props I modded. I had him singing Christmas carols. I think I put it as like a little Christmas video because I just needed something to post, and um, that was fun to do. So then I was like, now that I modded him to say whatever I want, I'll make him a pirate. And I took off the sword, I put the hook on, I put the patch over the robotic eye, right? So he looks like a cool pirate. He's sitting right there in my room. And
that's awesome.
And
right next to Captain Cuts.
Yep. And then I never used them. So stupid, right? Because my original plan was he was going to fill you in on the story, and the story was going to be that this pirate captain, fell in love with this woman who was into witchcraft, and then he went away, and for the love of the sea and the treasure never came back, and so she basically withered away and died without him being there, and in her dying breath she cursed him, and that's what cursed the ship, and that's what. So he was kind of going to fill you in on the story going into it, and then it was supposed to be bigger. You're supposed to use part of my house and actually come up through the house at the end. And last minute, there's like this weird, strong smell in the garage. I don't know if something spilled or what it was. My wife's like, I don't want people going in there. We started changing things around, and I was like, well, I got to axe the story now because I don't have the time to set it up. I just need a quick walkthrough with jump scares for the kids, and that's it. So I took out some of the scenes I had and stuff that would have played into the story. And so then because of that, I didn't repurpose him for anything. And so just got cutting room floor, right?
There you go.
Well, we got Jerry says, I wonder where R2, the big bunny, and the snowman are. Yeah, we got the clown, we got the bunny. The snowman could maybe be part of the Christmas drop, which is maybe where R2 is going to be. So that might be like a later drop. Those were usually about a month after. So they always release in July. So now we're releasing in August. So I don't know if the Christmas ones are going to still come out in a few weeks or not. But the bunny, I'm surprised we haven't seen, and the clown for sure. The two of them, just like, I'm shocked that we don't know where they are. MIA.
Yeah, that was weird. And the funny thing is, I would have thought that they would probably have more need to put the snowman out instead of the leprechaun. I would think.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the leprechaun's an interesting one for me. I don't really get why you'd make a scary leprechaun and not just get the IP for the leprechaun.
The original leprechaun, yeah, that would be
like I want my Warwick Davis leprechaun, but I don't know. That's a weird one for me. I don't quite get it. I know there's a lot of people excited about it that like the whole holiday thing, right? So they'll do probably Christmas and go between all the holidays. So they love the Easter Bunny and the snowman and that. I kind of saw. I'm just like,
I could see more pro haunts wanting that. Which sounds crazy, but I could see more because all your pro haunts now are doing Valentine's Day. They're doing St. Patty's Day. They're doing Christmas. Because they're trying to find more ways to create revenue throughout the year instead of just during October. Right. So I could see them doing that because it's kind of funny. I was surprised when we kind of gallivanted last year and got around. I was kind of surprised at how many Home Depot and Lowe's props I saw in pro haunts.
Really?
I saw more than you. It would surprise you. And it was kind of cool. You know what I mean? Because, and now, granted, they probably retouched some of them. Like, I don't know if you saw one of the guys, I forget the name of his channel, but he took rattles and made them into a Frankenstein. Did this crazy UV paint job.
Oh, really?
Put like bolts on them and did this, literally reworked the whole thing. Completely different prop. Looks amazing. Wow. If I see I'll send you the thumbnail. It's literally, you can see it from the thumbnail, but he completely reworked it. So you see some of that stuff happening in the pro areas where people take something and just church it up, right. Because for them, if they normally spend, $8,000 on a prop to go drop 300 and spend some elbow grease churching it up, that's not going to hurt them at all.
No, for sure. And especially I have to say that, especially with some of the Home Depot props with the blinking eyes and moving mouth and stuff, like if you want some of those like talkie props, like that's I totally see that, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't get the same jump scares, right, as yet, but I think it's interesting you say that, because when I went to East Coast Haunters, there was one, we did the haunted house tours, and there's one haunted house that we went to, and there was a surprising amount of backlash for seeing Home Depot and Spirit stuff in this haunt. And now they weren't. I think there's only one that actually like even activated. They're mostly just like used as static and kind of background pieces, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And kind of dressed up and changed a little bit. But man, there was a little bit, for as nice as I would just get finished, you know, an hour ago saying about how nice everyone was there. There was a little bit of a
elitism.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. About like, oh, do you see those props in there? And I thought at first, it's funny. I was going through and I was like excited. I was like, oh my god, look, that character, that's actually a Home Depot prop, but they changed it up. Like, I was excited because, you know, I follow this stuff, but they're just kind of like, oh, did you see that in there? And I'm like, yeah, who cares? Like, did you see everything else in there too? Like, that's not a big deal. But
yeah, and what is it hurting?
Right. Yeah. Again, you know who knows that it's a Home Depot prop? You and about maybe 100 people that went through there out of the thousands, right?
Yeah.
People that are into Halloween enough that they go in and look at the store's Home Depot stuff. Like the people that come to my haunts, once or twice might say, oh, I think I saw that at one of those stores, but most people have never seen them before.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, because they're not insiders. I mean, we're insiders, you know.
Exactly.
So, and most people aren't going to go through a hunt like we do, where we're filling the walls and trying to see if, you know, was this XPS foam, or what is this? Is this a vacuum form? Like, what is it? You know what I mean? Nobody else is doing that except for us. So,
I got to plug your channel quick. You have to, if you don't watch Haunt the Roxbury, and I'm sure most of you do, right? But if you don't, you have to watch the walkthroughs that they do together, because you get, first of all, David makes Jamie go in front, so she gets all the screams and scares, and in the background, you're just laughing the whole time, having the greatest time in the world. And like you're pointing out like the different details and stuff. I have so much fun watching your walkthroughs. The two of you are just great. It's amazing.
And Jamie doesn't normally cuss until she goes through a haunt. And all right. She's cussing all day long. It's hilarious. That's the part where I'm laughing. I'm just like, right. What did you just say?
Yep. Oh my god, it's great. But you can't go first. You're filming, so you should go first, right? That's what it is.
Yep. And some of the haunt actors out there, they're like, literally, it's so funny. Like, I'll reach out and they'll be like, hey, do you guys want to come through and vlog? I'm like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, what day do you want us through? And the next question is Jamie coming? And I'm like, really?
Of course, you're gonna have Jamie. You're gonna have both. Yeah, she's the one selling the scares, and you're the one selling the detail and everything else.
Yeah.
And once in a while, I always hear you say, "Oh, you got me. You're really good," or something. But
yeah.
You get that for sure. But
yeah,
you just have. I can just watching it. You can just tell how much fun you're both having going through it, for different reasons, for sure. But I just love watching it. It's like, but it's almost as good as being there myself. And sometimes even better.
That's awesome. That's what I'm hoping for. Try to, because I love that when you watch a video and you get to live vicariously through it. That's my favorite thing. So I appreciate that, because I'm hoping that that's the feel that you feel like you're there to a certain degree, So, that's
funny, because there's definitely like I said, like a lot of times I watch stuff when I work from home. So like I'm half watching and I'm focused on my work, but I always need something to help me focus on work. I need something else going on. But there's been times where it's like, well, I don't want to do that. I can't do that with the walkthrough video. So like I'll wait like a week or two. You'll see my comment later on, because I want to actually sit and watch it. So like I'll wait till I can like sit on the treadmill for an hour and just watch the whole thing through, because I feel like I can't. That's not one of those videos I can just not be watching. Like I got to be focused on what's happening, So
I have to give Nile Scream Park a lot of credit, because that was one time I really got, and it was by a prop. It wasn't
really
by an actor. It was by a prop. But here's the thing: we were doing just a walkthrough during the day. It was like a tour because they told me, they're like, hey, we want you to do a day tour.
Yep.
And then we want you to do our roundup and our motivational roundup. We want you to do that. And then we'll release you later on and you can go through and see the different attractions. I was like, okay, cool. No problem. So we're doing the day tour and we're going through this one like nautical theme pirate type thing. And, lo and behold, there's this big Gorgalore shark. I mean, I've seen that shark a million times, but I'm sitting there. Jamie walked by. Everybody walked by it. We're in a big group. The whole group walked by it. I'm like the last guy in the room because I'm dragging. You know me. I'm the last one.
Yeah,
still looking at everything else. They're like, Dave, where you at? And I'm like, oh, I'm coming. Hold on. So I'm sitting here running through, and all of a sudden that shark just goes off, like literally. And I'm like, wow.
We were saving that for you, huh?
Jack me up, dude. I was like, man. I saw everybody come through this room. Not one time was that thing on.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, yep, it was a big old great white. It was great. So I told Jamie, I was like, we got to make that our teaser at the beginning of the video. That's what we'll start it off with. So,
right?
But, yeah.
That's amazing. So Gareth asked the question. He said, another thing to ponder, was Spirit Christmas successful enough last year to extend it annually? That's a good question. I don't know if it was. What do you feel about that? Did you get to go to one, first of all?
And see, I think that was a big thing they kind of messed up with. They made it exclusive, and I think if you're going to, and I get why they did that, because that's a hell of an investment to try to spread that national. Yeah. But I think they should have had way more locations than just a flagship. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that means now you've just made it an East Coast event and you've shut down, the Midwest and the West Coast. You know what I mean? And people
didn't have any. They didn't have any out there.
Huh?
Was it just the one store? They didn't do any others?
I think that was the only store that did it. There may have been a few more peppered through, but I didn't see many.
Yeah, I thought that there were. I thought that there were more, but not a lot. Like there wasn't anything really close to me. Yeah. I was like, well, I'm not going to drive an hour for it. I don't care that much,
Yeah. And I think if you're going to do that, you probably want to really kind of be strategic about what market you're hitting. I mean, you want to hit your major markets at that point if you really wanted to be successful. Yeah. But I don't know. It seems like they were just kind of kicking the can, see what came of it. You know what I mean? But
right. And now, here's the real question: is that the real reason why they had to cancel Flagship this year? Because they overspent on Christmas and didn't get the returns.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Yeah.
I don't buy the tariff thing because they're still opening all the stores and selling them, right? So you still have inventory. You could open the store a little bit later, but you could still do flagship opening.
Yeah, and they've always got inventory, because that's one thing I've noticed at Flagship. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I noticed a lot of time, because Spirit probably for the last 5 years have had inventory issues, supply chain issues, getting everything in. Right. So when you would see those Flagship opens, there was a bunch of old props on the floor. There were like a ton of old props. Right. So they may have had a few new ones. So you have to be, in the early part of that line. But for the most part, most of what you're seeing was the year prior's inventory on the floor, what I mean? Or older stuff, So I don't know how that played, because I know the Spirit out here, a couple of the stores literally told me last year, dude, we were waiting for stuff for so long. Like one had been open for like almost 2 months and they didn't have any inventory. All they had was old inventory. They didn't have any of the new stuff out. And I was asking them, they were like, we haven't gotten trucks. So I was like, oh, wow. So all right, let's see. I think I'm losing juice on my Bluetooth. I may switch to died on me.
All right. But I don't know. That Spirit Christmas thing was an interesting experiment. I'll be really surprised to see if it comes back this year. That guy, to me, like I saw the walkthroughs, right, and I was looking at some of the inventory, and it was okay, right? But I don't feel like, I don't know. I don't feel like there was enough buzz around it, and that like people that love Christmas, I don't know that that's where they would go. So I'll be curious to see what the overall thought is if it comes back this year. But I didn't notice a huge amount of people talking about it. So I saw a few walkthroughs of people. Again, they were mostly like Halloween people that were saying like, "Oh, let's go check it out." But other than that, I don't really know how popular it was. Gareth said, "Agreed. The tariffs are an excuse. I never hear the companies making that excuse." Yeah, yeah. I don't really buy that there was a tariffs either. There was something else going on, and maybe it was the Christmas thing. Maybe they lost money there. Because I know they didn't, they usually send out their big boxes, and then they have, probably a ton of staff that come in for the flagship. So I'm sure it cost them a pretty penny to do that. And I'm thinking that for some reason they just didn't have the financing, and they tried to blame it on the tariffs. But I don't buy that either. Gareth thought that the tariffs were an excuse as well. So I agree with Gareth.
Yeah. Seem kind of off. It seemed kind of off. Inconvenient. So,
right.
You guys, can you hear me okay, Nate?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, cool. All right, let me see if I can find this path through so I don't lose juice on the phone.
Right? So what else are people looking to get today? What's the big prop? We were talking earlier, and we were saying how people were saying that if the item has a letter and number at the end of it, that means it's going to be in store. And I was surprised at some of the ones that don't look like they'll be in store, like Maleficent. There's no H number at the end of her, so it sounds like she might be online only. Very shocking to me. What are some of the other ones? The Bride of Frankenstein, no number on it. So I don't know if that's 100%, but that's what they were saying online. The people that were giving all the information, so they have inside information. But I was surprised to see that the bride wouldn't be there, Maleficent wouldn't be there. I'm assuming if she's not, that the Evil Queen's not too, but she shouldn't be anywhere because she looks awful. I was talking, so me and Dan recorded to talk about the Home Depot props, ranking and stuff, and I was just saying in that, it's just like, man, I would buy 3 Maleficents before I bought the Evil Queen, because the eyes are the wrong shape, and then they're green, which doesn't make sense, and then they're looking in 2 different directions. I don't know. Other than, I like the way the apple looks in her hand. I think that looks really cool. Everything else on that just looks terrible to me. And it's the same price as $280. I'm like, what are they doing?
This is one thing that's always bothered me with retail props, and I'm curious to see what everybody else thinks. But I've always said, at some point, somebody's got to get a mock-up. And somebody has to look at that mock-up and go, yeah.
Right?
But at some point, is there somebody going, oh, no, we cannot, no, that's, you know what, just kill it.
Right.
It's like, does that conversation not happen at some point where somebody's going, no, we can't put that out. That looks terrible.
Right. It has to, there's so many props too that come out. I'm just like, oh no, that's not good.
Yeah.
The worst thing is, yeah, the worst thing that bothers me the most though is the eyes in different directions. They look like the botched boob jobs where the nipples are pointing in different directions, and just like eyes should be focused, right? So it should look like they're focusing on something. So if the 2 eyes don't look like they're looking at you, there's something wrong with it. And I see so many props where they just move.
It's a cockeyed prop. That was the feature.
Yep. They're like those lizards that can move each eyeball independently. I'm like, no, they should be looking at you. I don't know. That drives me nuts. And so this one has that, and I think the shape of the eyes are wrong, and they shouldn't light up green. And then even the fabric is just like plain black, which I guess would be fine if everything else was good, but otherwise, compared to Maleficent, which has this beautiful clothing that she looks great, and she's got some really top-notch animation. She has a little bit of a pose to her. I don't know what they were doing with the Evil Witch. It's just terrible.
I wonder who did they say Pan Asian did Maleficent?
Oh, I don't know. Is it?
See, that's what I want to know now. Like who was the maker of both of those props? Because Home Depot has Techie, that Pan Asian, and they have SVI.
Right.
Those are their go-to guys. So I'm just curious who did what. I don't think they've used Jimmy for a while. Jimmy does a lot of stuff for Lowe's.
Yeah.
Especially some of their more family friendly stuff. The inflatables, things of that nature and stuff. But
Yep.
I'm curious to see if that was the same company that did both of those, considering they're both technically IP, right?
Yep. Yeah, they are. They both have the Disney logo to them.
Yep.
And at first, when I saw the Evil Witch, I'm like, is she licensed or is this like a knockoff? Because she didn't look good enough to be licensed to me. So I thought, like, well, why would they do a knockoff if they have another Disney IP?
Yeah.
And no, it is.
Those are crazy things. Like, I think about Lowe's.
Yeah.
Lowe's intentionally knew Spirit had already put out the Corpse Bride.
Right.
And they're like, I got an idea. Let's put out one that doesn't look as good.
But charge more money.
Like, I'm confused. Where's the logic on this?
Right? Oh my God. Talk about being catfish whenever they showed the picture and it was like a picture from the movie and then you see the actual prop. I was actually going to do a video on that and I don't think I ever released that one. I think I had filmed the opening. It was basically that dating app type thing where it's like, here's a picture of her and there she is in person. You're just like, ooh. Yeah, I don't understand that at all, especially like Lowe's literally just came out with it. And especially like if you're just going to do Emily and you say, well, she's got a different animation feature. She's got the eyeball thing. I would say, well, it's probably a bad idea, but especially because like Corpse Bride isn't like, there's nothing new about it. It's been out for a long time. So it's not like there's tons of people clamoring to have a bunch of different ones, right? Like they're trying to make a Nightmare Before Christmas and it just doesn't have the same audience.
Not at all. Have you ever seen the movie Office Space?
Yeah. Yep.
The scene where the guy goes, "I've come up with an idea. It's a jump to conclusions bet." And then one guy goes, "This is a horrible idea." Yeah. I'm like, that guy needs to work for Spirit and all these other companies. This is a horrible idea. No.
Exactly. Someone's going to say that. Someone has to say no. Yeah. I don't understand where some of these decisions come from. That there's got to be, like you said, there's got to be somebody there that's signing off on these, and you're just like again, the Lantern Keeper that's shushing. Nothing about him looks good. The design doesn't look good. Why is the Lantern guy shushing you?
I think that's why, because he knows that you don't like him, and he's like, "Hear that?
Right?
Don't say anything. Hear
that." Maybe somebody won't notice I'm $230 for a terrible prop. And I get to like I understand that like companies like Spirit and Lowe's, all of them, like they've got their props that they're big sellers, and they've got other props that cost less to make, but they have to charge more to make up for where they might be losing money on the other ones, right? So you got the Valak, the Nun. She's probably one that costs more to make, so they're not making a big profit margin on it. They're making money still, but not as much. So then they're like, well, let's make this terrible looking lantern guy that has super simple to make, right? And we'll charge $230 for him. And it's like,
you're right.
I don't know. Like, is that what we want? And they literally last year sold a prop, and it looked cool, but it was $200, and it just had like one of those like flame, like those color changing lights. I can't think of the word I'm looking for. And it had a voice. Remember the Reaper thing that's just holding the skull, and it's got the light shining up on it, and it talked, and it's just like,
it's right. Like, that's right. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
this is a static prop.
The flame light thing with the whole body was like hellfire or something.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is not a animatronic. It's a cool looking prop, not for $200.
Yeah,
but you could literally make.
I'd take him over the guy that was doing this.
All right. the Beavis and Butthead pumpkin guy, right? Oh my God!
I'm like, why? I was like, why, dude?
At least that was a
some star stuff now,
right? At least that was the budget prop. Though. At least it was only 100. But
this is true. I was like, man, I'll give you 50.
Right? Again, though,
I want to go into Spirit and haggle.
This is where the brand of Spirit is taking a hit, because Spirit shouldn't be releasing that. That should be released by some other company. Spirit should be like
Sunstar prop. I think I've seen Sunstar has a prop in their line. I was like sitting there going, what? Like when I saw it, I was like, why?
Right.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking to see that. I was like, why are you guys doing this?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was curious with Home Depot because I was listening to this other YouTube channel. Can't remember. I think this NFLA. This kid does a crazy yard hunt. Really cool. But I think it's NFLA. And he was talking about the guy, and I forget his name. The guy who is the original, the guy who started all of the Home Depot Halloween line. He stepped down. Now, I don't know if he was forced to step down or if he, of his own volition, stepped down. You know, a lot of times in the executive world, those things are hostile. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
sure. I remember him making a comment saying, I wonder how this is going to affect the quality of Home Depot going forward, because this guy has, you know, and honestly, I think last year was a banner year for them. You know, I think they've had some questionable years in between. But last year was one of those ones I'm like, oh, dude, because Home Depot was starting to concern me a little bit. And then last year I was just like, oh my God, you guys hit the hyperdrive. It was just so much good stuff to look at. And it was just like, this is awesome. And this year isn't terrible, but once again, I think it's a step back from what we saw last year. So, but
I think that, like, for me, last year was a good year for Home Depot for sure, except I will say that I heard more complaints about quality last year.
True. Yeah, they were rushing it out the door.
But for me, their big thing was when Lethal Lily came out in THC 3000. To me, that was like, oh, they're upping the scale of what a retail prop is with the moving eyeballs and everything. And then Captain Cuts was like an even more intense version of that, right? So I was just like, oh, shit, I can't wait to see where they go next year. And they had Frankenstein's monster.
Seeing him, I was like, dang, do I need pirates?
Right? I just lucked out with that one. It's like, that's awesome. Like, and then Frankenstein's monster again was the same thing, right?
Yeah.
And then this year, it's just like, oh, like the Bride is okay, but not as good as Frankenstein's monster, and Maleficent is like good, but she's not as good as Captain Cuts by far. You know, I'm just kind of like, oh, they don't really have that one prop that I'm just like, yes, like that is the next
Reaper was awesome
level.
last year. I was like,
right? Reaper is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many things. I was like, wow, you know. So, but yeah.
So that's why, like this year, I think the app-controlled skeleton is probably their big push as far as like technology, right? Like something.
Yeah.
Okay, stop hitting the mic. Sorry, technology stuff. But as far as like that lifelike next step is like, oh, they don't quite have that, you know, because Maleficent, her eyeballs don't move. She blinks.
Yeah,
I know she doesn't look like to me that she moves her eyeballs, and to me that's like a lot of the life is the fact that you can get that different emotion from when they look up or look down with the eye open or closed, you know?
I wonder if, because I noticed a lot of people were having issues with their Chucky dolls, because Chucky had some crazy, like, you know, emotions in his face, you know, where he'd squint and do all the whole thing. Some of them were kind of off, but I noticed a lot of people were having issues with malfunctions in that, from the eyes closing, you know, like the eyes would get stuck, like he'd be stuck in this sleep mode where his eyes didn't reopen and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if, you know, they were having some issues with that technology. And I heard some people say the same thing happened with Captain Cuts, where, you know, they were having some, you know, animation issues with the face, you know, because they put so much, you know, focus into that facial movement, you know. So, but yeah,
I noticed Tiffany and the Scarred Chucky don't have the smile feature.
No,
which is fine. Like it was cool, but sometimes it looked a little strange anyway. So I don't think it was quite where it needed to be. But yeah, I know Dan had an issue, right, with his Lethal Lily, but it turns out it was just like there's one screw in the eyeballs that was coming loose, and you put that back in and his was fine. So he had a friend came and fixed his for him. So
that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. So maybe you're right. Maybe that's what it is. But for me, it's just like, I'd rather take the chance of something going wrong that I can still fix than not have it be that good to begin with, you know?
Yeah. One thing kept me from getting Lethal Lily, because I, you know, Jamie loved her. I loved her.
Yep.
But I was like, I got to dirty her up. I don't know if you ever saw the Wicket Makers.
Yep.
redo. And even that one still to me wasn't dirty enough. I was like, no, I want her disgusting. Like I wanted a wart on the nose. I wanted to black out some of the teeth. You know what I mean? And just kind of, you know, I even toyed with the idea of whitening out the eyeballs to give her that just blind crone, just disgusting look. You know what I mean? I really wanted to creep her out. So, but I was sitting here going, do I want to pay for it and then do that work? So that's what stopped me.
Right.
Yeah.
I think she was always intended to be a bit of a pretty witch, because her face is very kind of like average, right? It's not like big nose or anything. So I think she was always meant to be that, and she'd be really hard to unpretty.
Yeah.
To be fair, I have a huge crush on Lethal Lily.
Yeah.
She was my first thinking eye movement animatronic, so we got a little thing going on. But yeah, I think that again, like you said, what the Wicked Makers did, she still isn't scary, right? She's just bent over and dirty.
A little bit. They followed her teeth in a little bit and gave her a little edge. You know, she's more like punk rock,
right? But but now that's where I think, like, all right, let's take this technology and now let's put that in a witch that's got this bent over pose, right? That's got like some kind of clothing that you'd see in like Dark Crystal or something, like some really like raggedy stuff with like a cool pose and really scrawny fingers and stuff. Like, give me that with that kind of animation. Awesome. Amazing.
It's just like you said, that witch, that Haunted Hill production, she is creepy looking.
Right.
And I'm like, the kind of stuff I want to see, you know, some Guillermo del Toro type, you know,
right.
Like, where you're like, oh man, you know. I love seeing stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm not a big bloods and guts guy, but I think you can creep people out without any of that. You know what I mean? So, you know, but
that's one thing. I'm not into the blood and guts. Even if I went professional, I would stay away from that. But I love dark fantasy.
Yeah.
That's what we grew up with in the 80s. Like, kids these days could not watch the movies we grew up with because they're like kind of terrifying to them.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I love that dark fantasy edge. Like, give me something otherworldly where you look at and just like, this is creepy looking because I don't know exactly what she is, but she is not normal human, and that's terrifying.
Exactly. Like, I think one thing that comes to mind, and I don't know if you've ever seen Pan's Labyrinth.
Yes.
Awesome. But that one scene where they're at the dinner table, and that one creature that was blind opens up his hand, and there's eyeballs on his hand, and he's looking around with his hand. And I'm just like, oh my God, that is so creepy.
That movie was awesome.
Brilliant at the same time. And it was like, not we making props like this, you know?
Right. Exactly.
Well, the original sin is, but nobody else.
We got a bunch of comments we got to get to. Sorry, guys, I lost track of comments. We're getting involved in our talk. I don't want to keep you out of it. So Robert said, I think as Halloween enthusiasts, we have a higher bar than the bigger corporation that releases some of these props.
Agreed.
I would agree with that. But I also think they need to realize, like, as Halloween enthusiasts, where their money's coming from. So they need to raise the bar to what our expectations are, because the average mom and dad's not walking into Home Depot and buying Predator of the Night, but I am. You know what I mean? So that's, I totally get what you're saying. I think you're 100% right. But they need to focus on the people that are spending. And again, giving something a cool pose takes, the only engineering you have is to make sure it's balanced and doesn't fall over. It doesn't take a lot, right? It's just they don't want to deal with a pole that's not straight because it's easier to box it, you know, and I don't know. That's the whole posing thing gets me super frustrated because it's such an easy thing to give character and they don't do it. But so we get a lot of these static looking props standing there. I'm going to be talking about that damn shush thing all night. It drives me nuts. So then Gareth said the prop with the bobbing head needs to be displayed with the skeleton band. He's grooving to the music. There you go. Yep. So see, Spirit made someone that goes right with it. Actually, it's basically what the DJ is doing, right? It's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, put them right next to each other.
Right? And we groove it out together, man. And then Robert said, if people are willing to buy a prop with many flaws, the big companies are going to release it. Yep, that's true.
True.
That is true. We are partly to blame. Gareth says exactly what Robert was saying. As long as people buy, they will take advantage. That is why we have too many clowns. As long as people always buy them, there's no reason to change them.
Yep.
I agree, Gareth. There's a clown epidemic going on. And not enough. I don't mind a good creative clown. But when we joke about this with Halloween Dan, and everyone probably is like, what job does the clown have this year? Oh, now he's a painter. Oh, now he's a chef. Now he's a librarian. Like, they're just giving these random jobs. It's like they're so unsuccessful at clowning that they have to get another job, and that's what their prop is. So like, it's so bizarre to me what they do with clowns. It makes no sense.
Hey, clowns can go to technical school too.
Right? I guess so.
I'm an HVAC now, okay? Just so you
Right?
know.
There you go. But yeah, again, because people like the clowns, there's not enough creativity in making really good clowns. So the really good clowns can be terrifying. Most of the props aren't, but like a good clown scare actor, super terrifying, right? Because it's something that hides that emotion, with that paint and everything. And so I'm not against real clowns or scary clowns. There's just not a lot of good ones out there.
Yeah.
And then Robert said, if I had the Skeleton Band, I would definitely be playing King Diamond, Venom, Typo Negative, and other heavy metal bands material. LOL, it would probably creep the parents.
Nice.
There you go. Awesome. We in our party, we lean more towards the we'll do a little heavy metal. We'll do but like classics like Iron Maiden. We do a little Scooby-Doo metal, which is like Ghost, which I love Ghost, but they're definitely not a metal band. I don't know why they're described as metal. But we kind of we'll do some of that stuff. We don't go like super crazy heavy. First of all, the kids don't even know that music anyway, so
yeah,
we will slip some of our own stuff in there. But usually the playlist is like stuff that they know, because I honestly don't even hear the music. I'm running around doing so. I'm always watching the haunt, making sure kids don't destroy it, because that happened one year. First year, a couple kids knocked stuff over and threw lights and water and stuff. I was like, dude, like, you're at a Halloween party for second graders. What the hell are you doing?
Right. Party foul. You need a penalty box.
Right? I was so mad after that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I bet.
Regardless, the kids have been back and there's been no issue, so it's fine. But
I think there was one clown that I remember even telling Dan about it, that I was like, when it came out, I was like, this is a cool clown. And it was when Home Depot dropped Terry.
Oh yeah.
I was like, that's a freaking cool clown. From the clothing to his audio, I was like, to his look, he was like, man, I would totally grab this clown. If I was doing it, I would grab him right now. But I was just like, although I have a few volunteers that are like, Dave, when are you going to do clowns? I'm like, we don't do clowns. But I have one of them now going, have you seen Clown in the Cornfield? I was like, don't start. I was like, don't start. Jeez, don't start.
I guess if we had one clown just standing out in the cornfield, that'd be pretty creepy looking.
I guess so.
I mean, right? He's hanging out with Cthulhu, right? They're just chilling. But yeah.
Hey, Cthulhu's getting a straw hat, so he's going to be, we're going to legitimate.
Right? Get rid of the gown, give him some overalls, right? Make him full on. They put the little banjo playing skeleton next to him, right?
Right. H.P. Lovecraft rolling over in his grave on that one. What have you done?
Jerry says the best prop I ever got from Home Depot was the Stormtrooper. Stormtrooper's awesome.
Yeah, he's cool. Both of them are cool. Both of those.
Yeah, I mean,
they're probably never going to re-release those.
No, I wish I had gotten a second Stormtrooper. I don't have the room for it, which is why I eventually didn't. But I really wanted to have two troopers flanking Vader. It just looks so awesome.
Oh yeah.
But my room is pretty cramped as it is, so. But yeah, I think I still geek out walking in and seeing a 7-foot Vader standing there. Like a stormtrooper. Like they just look amazing. I think they look great.
Yeah, they are not awesome at all. They are not.
Yeah, but I got Yoda. He's over there too, and I know some people think he's a little weird looking. I still love my Yoda. I think he's great.
Yeah.
R2, I'm excited about. And the good thing with R2 is they can't really screw it up, because the one thing with these is like the dialogue's awful. Don't give me holiday dialogue. I don't want Vader talking about, and not even like it's not even like Christmas. It's like generic holiday because they have to be for both holidays. It's like,
yeah,
this is stupid. Like, just stop. Just give me the classic lines, right? That's what everyone wants. People will buy it. Don't try to make it a holiday decoration. It's not. I don't want my candy cane colored lightsaber. It looks dumb. It doesn't look good. Like, I want this, So,
you know what? We're gonna drop a hint, and hopefully Home Depot's listening. Mandalorian, make one.
Absolutely. If they have a Mandalorian Grogu combo, that's just Prince money. The only problem with that is I still really want a classic Boba Fett, and I don't think they'll do both.
Oh yeah. At least Django. At least give me a Django,
right? But I kind of actually thought, because they were kind of leaning towards villains, I thought it was either going to be R2 and C-3PO, which they should really release both the same year, because you can't have one without the other. It's weird. Or I thought for sure we were getting Boba Fett, because it seemed like they were sticking with mostly classic. Yeah. And then if they went outside that, Mandalorian Grogu, for sure. I figured that's where it would be. So,
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know what we'll get. I assume they'd do C-3PO next if they're only doing R2 this year. But the R2 thing I haven't seen a lot on that either,
That would make, honestly, the one I'd love to see, but I don't think they'll ever do it. I love that KX unit from Rogue One and Andor. I love freaking KX. He's probably awesome. That's my all-time favorite droid now. KX
is it?
Yeah.
KX is great. It's cool.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw this season of Andor, but man, that was like that scene where they had all those KX unit and they were just murking people. I was like, oh my God, this is dark. This is really dark for Star Wars.
It was, for sure.
Yeah.
That was cool though. It was a good season.
Oh yeah. Phenomenal.
Now, I don't understand Disney Star Wars at all. They made so many stupid things from starting out the first movie and not putting Han, Luke, and Leia in one scene together.
Yeah.
Before you kill a character, like the dumbest thing you could literally do when they start off doing it. But regardless, they've had some good stuff. I like the Mandalorian. I think that's been good. I think Andor has been great.
Yeah.
But they take a show like Andor, which had a successful first season, and it's telling a story over 5 years. Why wouldn't they greenlight them to do, like, the first season was 1 year? Why wouldn't they greenlight it for 5 years? Because that's the one show that people really like and want to come back to. And instead they spent all this money on the freaking Acolyte, which had cool moments, but I thought the story writing was terrible on that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It had left a lot to be gathered. I think Rogue One had a really good jumping off point to kind of flesh that out. That was a lot to dig into.
Right.
And I thought they did an amazing job considering the director. We're in the rabbit holes now. Considering the director was different from the person who did the movie to the show. But I think the director was still involved to some aspect with the design of the show. But it was almost seamless, between the two. You didn't lose that feel, but yeah.
No. Did you, after watching season 2, did you go watch Rogue One again?
I the funny thing is, I want to, because I just recently finished season 2.
Yeah.
Because I was waiting. I'm a brat. I have to wait till the whole series is done. I don't want to sit here and go week to week. I'm like, once they've gotten everything, then I'll go back and watch it all. So I did. So
I did, and it's funny because going back to it, it's like, oh, I like the director from Andor better than, was it Gareth Edwards that did the Rogue One?
Yeah.
I like his style a little bit better, but it still works as a story,
Yeah.
I did. Once I finished, I was like, oh, I got to put on Rogue One. That was one of my work from home days where I could put it on but not have to watch every second, you know.
Yep. I got a funny one for everybody here. And it's only be funny if you can relate. So I'm seeing Fear Valley Wolf came back.
Yes. Yep.
I love the Fear Valley Wolf, but there was one thing that I couldn't get. Sometimes I can't get out of my head with stuff, and I could not get out of my head. I'm a big Wes Anderson fan.
Yeah,
I love Wes Anderson. He released this movie called Isle of Dogs.
I haven't seen that one.
And if you've ever seen it, Isle of Dogs, Fear Valley Wolf looks like one of the dogs from that
Does
movie.
it really? I gotta look it up now. Isle of Dogs.
Yeah, look it up and see some of the. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I can't unsee this.
Oh, yep, there he is. I can tell exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my god, I can't buy this animatronic, dude.
The one issue I had with it, because I thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
But it felt more dog-like than wolf-like to me.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
You know?
It's the reference. You know
Right,
what I mean?
exactly.
That's exactly it. And I thought the snarl was brilliant.
Beautiful. I love that.
So cool. I was like, that technology needs to be leaned into. You know what I mean?
Right.
The fact that
That should be in a werewolf
prop that we have.
Yes.
Blows my mind.
For sure.
But I couldn't get past the rest of it. I was like, oh my god, this is one of those fluffy dogs from Isle of Dogs that you just want to kind of hug.
Yep. No, I agree. And I also wish that they had just like go all in with the wolf. Like I don't need the kind of zombie wolf thing. Like, you know, I kind of just want the fur to cover the whole thing and make the fur look better.
Yeah.
Because I think wolves by themselves are scary. You don't need flesh showing, you know?
Yeah.
Because the thing with that is, if it's just a regular wolf, you could buy 3 or 4 and have a pack, and people wouldn't really think twice that they look the same. But once you have the same scarring on all of them, now that's all. Oh yeah, that's the same thing, just repeated. You know.
Yep.
But I agree.
Believe it or not, as crazy as it is to say, I don't think the perfect werewolf prop is out there yet. I've seen tons of werewolf props. Probably my favorite one is this company, Midnight Effects Studios. Probably my favorite werewolf that's out there. But still, I think people mess up. They don't, because I'm a big werewolf fanatic. You don't know that. They don't get the hunched legs. You know, werewolves have those hunched legs, and they kind of, their whole body, you know, should have this kind of hunched over look. And I don't think anybody's really done that yet. You know, so I think the ball's still out there for somebody to move into first place and release the ultimate werewolf prop.
Trying to find this werewolf that you're talking about.
Midnight Studios, Midnight Effects Studios, or Midnight Studios Effects. My dyslexia is messing with me.
Yep. Hold on a second. Midnight Studios FX. Cujo, is that the one?
They've got several different ones, but they're all pretty doggone impressive when you see them. Yeah.
Oh no, this is a costume. This is an animatronic.
Yeah. They do most of their stuff is static. Most of it's static, but
oh, this is a weird werewolf that looks like a bear thing, but that's not them. All right, I don't want to start watching stuff on here because I'll forget about everyone else.
Right. I'll send it to you. When we're done.
Yeah. That'd be good. We'll get comments again. All right. Gareth said, "I never understood how you apply clowns to Halloween." Oh no! Why does it keep jumping on me? Here we go. They make a lot less sense than the leprechaun does. It is a supernatural being. I agree with that.
Yeah. Point well taken.
You know, at least leprechauns are real. No such thing as a real clown. So, but yeah, I don't really understand where are people really that scared of clowns, like in real life? Because I know that's like a phobia supposedly, but like, do really that many people have this phobia? I don't know.
I feel like it supercharged the clown thing. It supercharged it because it was to me. I felt like that whole thing was calming down. You know what I mean? People still have the whole John Wayne Gacy thing, the serial killer type thing. And you remember a while back we had those clowns in the woods type stuff, and you know you had that. So, but I felt like it was starting to kind of just freaking mellow out, and then it came out, and people lost their stinking mind. They went insane. And I was like, and I loved it. I loved the freaking movie. I you know, but I felt like it just went, you know, and people, you know, like we said, it's that wave. That wave has just continued to roll, you know.
Yep.
And I think the kids that grew up watching it now have become, you know, the ultimate clown fans, and they want more. They're insatiable.
Right. So yeah, I agree. I don't quite get the clown thing, but people love it. Third Eye is here. Hi, Third Eye. He said, Lord Vader, is he AI? I should make Vader AI. That would be awesome.
That would be.
Hook that into it. I'd have to make sure that they could get the voice right. Like ChatGPT. I know there's like some voice. I got to get into the newer versions because I haven't yet. I know you can do some voice stuff, but if I can make it talk like Vader, that would be awesome. And I don't even have to animate the mouth or anything. I just literally just have to have it make the sound. So that would be awesome to look into that. Robert says, I really like the special effects use in the movie A Company of Wolves. I haven't seen that either. You guys are talking about all this stuff I don't know.
Yeah. Company of Wolves. It's been a minute. I'm fuzzy on it, but I've seen it. Been a minute.
A cool cover for it. There's like a mouth opening and the snout's coming through on the picture.
Yeah.
So I will have to check that out, Robert. Willie said, I thought it was weird that his tail wagged. I associate tail wagging with the dog being happy. I also agree with that. Right? That was the other thing. It's like, are you happy? Are you upset? Like, what's going on, Wolf? Come on. I don't know why the Fear Valley Wolf wagged his tail. I agree with that. That was weird.
Yeah.
Again, making it look more like a dog, which is the problem.
Yep.
And then Gareth was saying, Bob Chapek at Disney approved a lot of production budgets. Bob Iger took over from him, and he started cutting the budgets on everything. Doctor Who looked bad because they had no money. Same for Star Wars. Star Wars, the issue was the writing. I don't think it was anything else. I don't understand why the budget for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, which had 2 characters that people love, was much less than all the other shows. That made no sense to me. But Disney's issue has been the writing the whole time. Like, they started out the sequel trilogy and they didn't have a set plan. And even though I know no one really talks about it, but Rey was set up to be a Palpatine in the first movie because she used his fighting style and they played his music behind her at one point. So they set that up. But then Rian Johnson went in a completely different direction. And so once they do that, you need to lean into Kylo and have it be like, oh, he became what Vader couldn't become. And they need to lean into that. And then all that happened because J.J. Abrams didn't want to commit to just sticking on this and going, hey, let me see this through to finish. Right. And then they had to bring in all these. Yeah, you're right. I think Disney has an issue with that. They're starting to leak over even into Marvel. I hate to go down a wormhole, but yeah, their writing is, I've always said, if you can't bring writers and directors that are big, huge fans and devout disciples of the source material, then it's better just not do it, Right. So, but and again, they had one of the awesome trilogies in the Thrawn trilogy in the books. Now they're trying to bring that into the Ahsoka show, but like, damn, if you didn't know a direction to go, like, start there. Like, give us Luke, Han, and Leia. I know they're a little bit older than they were then, but give us that. But don't give us a movie where they're not even together. Like, we never see the 3 of them together, which is awful. And then obviously that can't happen now because she's gone. So yeah, I don't know what. Speaking of Palpatine, wouldn't he be a great prop to make? He would actually translate into Halloween. Palpatine, especially if you did the hooded, when he had all the veins in his face and the lit up eyes. That would be a creepy prop. Actually. I would want him in the throne. I would totally want him in the throne. That would be amazing. That would be a $400 prop I would pay for sure. Right. As long as they got the sculpting right. Right? That would be awesome. Oh, I would love that. And I would also take a really good Darth Maul. I love Darth Maul as a character.
You would want distortions on those though. That's who I would commission to do that. You want distortions on that one. Like, you know what? Nope. Home Depot, just sit back on this one. We're gonna give this to the professionals.
Now, which Palpatine do you want? Do you want Jedi Palpatine, Return of the Jedi? Do you want Revenge of the Sith Palpatine? Or do you want
I want the hunched over
Rise of Skywalker,
where he's got veins in his face and he looks old and decrepit, but his eyes are glowing. You know, shooting the electricity out. That Palpatine.
Classic,
you know?
yeah. Because I always thought that was weird that he looks. I can understand him looking different in the prequels because he's younger. It was a little bit weird, the transition thing. I'm not sure exactly what Lucas was going for there. But then in the sequel trilogy, he also looks completely different. And I guess they could say, well, it's like the cloning thing. But like at first, the clone part I didn't mind, where he's kind of all destroyed and stuff, even though it was stupid the way they did it.
Right.
But then when he like draws their power, and now he looks even different than before. He's like, and his clothes change. Apparently, when he sucks in their power, his robes change too, and everything. And I don't know. That whole thing drives me nuts. It's a whole rabbit hole to go down. But I have to say, if Snoke was always Palpatine controlling this clone body, then why did Palpatine not know that they were a dyad even